Oh my god! That wasn't that scary. Wait, am I not doing the right one? No, I think it's the right one. Okay, we're fine. That wasn't that scary. Shit, my cock! It's just a tutorial, but still. Oh god, there's another one! I'm gonna die! Okay, I'm using my right hand this time.
Their sacrifice brought him nothing.
Ah! Well, time for a new game. That's a really I don't like smoke the weed, but like that. Ah! Fuck me in the cunt.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared right now. I'm not gonna lie. Does it have battery? Not that it's not that. Ah!
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Whoa! Ah! She just got yoinker doinkered, pocket fucking boinkered. Holy shit! Oh, it's one of my guys.
Take a look around.
Ah, shit.
We've been mistaken.
Ah!
Are we about to
Fuck
kiss
me.
right now?
God damn it.
I just came by to say
Lindsay!
that I adore you and
One more, and we're done. Honestly, Maury, I really do enjoy him. Ah! Over there! Ah! Oh my god. It'll be fine.
Surprise!
Oh my god. Can we not? Can we not? Can we be nice to Pixel? Ah! Look, she's fine. My light is fine. We're okay. Now do it again. You think I won't? Ah! Well, shut up. Oh, my lanta. I'm assuming Twitch notifications didn't go out yet. But hi, cute as a button. Hi, Sushi Guy. Congratulations on getting first and not first. Sushi Guy. Mwah. Salted Loki. Mwah. Yeah, I think Twitch notifications didn't go out yet. Because, hello? Did I do something wrong? Cute as a button. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Oh, you wait. No, go later. Go later. How's everybody doing today? Happy Catterday. Oh, also, I said I was gonna be an hour late. Yeah, apparently my like half an hour nap didn't make me late at all. How did I not get late? How was I not late with a half an hour nap? Well, I guess I usually go live like a half hour early. Whatever. Anywho, I guess I'm not late today. Cute spot. Did I give you a kissy? Mwah. True Shinobi. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's going on today? What's up? We're playing Resident Evil Requiem. Did my stream title change? Yeah. Resident Evil Requiem. How was everyone's day? I just woke up. So, went to sleep at noon and woke up at 5. You know, the usual. Wait, so did my stream not go out? I might have to add everybody in the Discord. Weird. Okay. This is my first time adding everybody in the Discord. To let them know that I'm live. It's a little nerve-wracking. Hopefully people aren't mad about it. Leon's Bones! Mwah. Kyle. Mwah. Amaya. Mwah. Alice. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 head kisses. I was gonna take a short nap, and it was instead 5 hours. That is literally like the most. That's like the most sleep I get in a day. It's 5 hours. I had a bacon cheese potato wedges and mini tacos for lunch. Yum! I'm sick because I had to be up early for a craft sale. Really? But that's awesome though. I'm so glad it went well. Are you CP? Are you CP? Oh well, happy birthday to your sister. Oh, that's so exciting. Hi, Alice. Alice, happy Saturday. The first door that Leon cuts open with a chainsaw, if you look closely at the lock, there's a key broken off in the lock, which is why... Oh! I just thought he wanted to be a little badass. My little nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 head kissy. Hello? Unlucky! Go lay down. Go lay down, Muffin. Scary box. Scary box. Scary box. Scary box. Scary box. Scary box. There you go. I think it goes away. Unlucky! Thank you so much for the sub! Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge, and your Mr. Raccoon Twitch badge. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Thanks, Unlucky! I hope you enjoy your badge. I, too, am a sucker for collecting Twitch badges, so I totally understand. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Love the ears. Thank you! Shut up, Moonfire. Somebody needs to write email about this game with the subject R-E-R-E-R-E. I agree. Gently traumatizing the horse dog so he leaves them. I just need him to leave me alone. I got that personal bubble. Personal bubble. And he's just all in my bubble. Oh my god. The Aang Twitch badge is so dope. It really is. As you're beautifully modeling, by the way, Mr. Higgs. I want to do, I think Monday is the last day. Oh no, tomorrow's the last day for the Pokemon one. French toast sticks. Damn. Maybe we could swap to Pokemon and get the Pokemon badge. I'll open up some Pokemon cards I've been saving since 2022. Because don't I have... Yeah. Because I have some celebrations from, was it the 25-year anniversary? So maybe I can open up one of these and do that on cam and then have people get the Pikachu badge, because I want that one too. I've been saving those since 2022, back when no one gave a French toast sticks about Pokemon cards and everyone was able to get them. My monitor is turned off. Alright. That was weird. Can we not do that again? That was weird. Okay. Anywho. Filed your taxes today? Look at like it will be a nice refund. I'm very happy for you. I'm very happy for you. I miss when doing the taxes was 1, easy, and 2, meant a refund. I do miss that. But I'm happy for you. It must be a lot less stress off ya. But torture! Thank you for the 4 kiss. See, Charlie, boxes are scary. Yeah, I got, quite a few, or I think like 4 to 6 old, boxes of Pokemon cards. English! Thank you for the 4 kissy. Yeah, I gotta do my taxes soon. I think I have all my 1099s and, W9s. I don't know. I'll have to check. I try not to look at it because last year I had to pay $6,000 in taxes. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to afford taxes this year, so I just try to put it off as late as I can because, you know, procrastination and depression. Yippee! White Rabbit. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Happy Catterday! I literally made my stream title Happy Catterday and then almost forgot to wear my cat ears. Oh, so I'm wearing this Ghostface shirt because on the G Fuel website, there's a Ghostface like promo section, and there's a bunch of stuff that's like $7 off because I think for Scream 7, I assume that's what the promo's for. But this shirt and the sweater of this, which you guys compliment me on a lot, are back in stock, and all the Ghostface shakers are back in. Oh no, I think actually some are sold out since I posted about it last night in the Discord, or this morning in the Discord. It's like 5 a.m. I think I posted it. But I think the steel shaker sold out already. I think some of the other shakers are still available. But you guys can use code KITTEN for an additional 30% off the shirts and all the Ghostface stuff. And yeah. It's awful, Leon's Bones. And apparently I'm supposed to be doing it quarterly. I don't know how to do that. I'm not a fucking adult. I dropped out of college. On the bright side, not having a refund means you don't give the government access money to hold on to. That's true. That's true, Moon. That's very, very true. But mostly because my previous employers are terrible and they drag their feet about the fact that you haven't gotten yours and today's the last day of February is kind of crazy. So Rivals first. Oh, Marbles? Oh, I did say that, didn't I, True? You're right. I did say I'd do Marbles first. What's up, Fiberglass? Sorry, I don't mean to, like, squint at you guys. I just can't read right now. Are they by the end of January? Interesting. That's why I'm, like, so surprised it's the last day of February and you don't have it. That's crazy. I think I have all mine. Fun. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss you. Hey, Levo! Hey, Levo! Know what that sounds like, Fiberglass? It sounds like a Sims character trying to say hello to me. Are you a Sims character? Hello from March! Ah! Well, I hope you had a very happy February. Also, my throat is killing me. Hey, Levo. Go away. Go. Shoot. Get back. Alright, let me make sure my address isn't on this anywhere else. Okay. Do you guys want to see this big old box that I got from G Fuel? I'm excited. So, G Fuel spoils me. Sorry, focus. Okay. G Fuel spoils me like crazy. Always happy to see a box. You are part cat, aren't you, Kyle? You must be. So, G Fuel spoils me, and I requested so much stuff, and they sent it all to me, and I'm just like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? So, look, paper! Oh, I'm like the most happiest about this one. Oh my god. Okay, should I put it all out here one at a time, or all at once? I think I should do all at once. This is a big box. I'm not gonna look at it, so we can react to it together. I think there's two collector's boxes. 2 collector's boxes. Holy! Oh, I know what we're drinking today. Holy shite! And then we have the new Valentine's Day. Okay. Just remove. What's up, Willie? Willie, happy weekend. Yeah, Jasper gets really excited about boxes. Boo gets excited about anything that's like new, and Charlie couldn't be more afraid. Fawn, I'm gonna do that after I open this, if you don't mind. Don't let me forget. So here's the new Valentine's Day sticker, which is super cute, by the way. Adorable. Oh gosh, okay. You know, I want to show you guys what I'm the most excited about. It's kind of sad that this is what I'm most excited about, but I'm the most excited about this. Out of all the shakers that G Fuel makes, this was the one that I was most pumped about. So this was, to the shock of absolutely nobody, it was the sour gummy worm shaker that came in the collector's box. I requested sour gummy worms, but I didn't mention that guys, I really wanted the shaker. And so they sent me sour gummy worms, which I'm super grateful for. And I'm obsessed with that flavor. But I never got the shaker and was like, I really, really wanted the shaker because it's so pretty. It's like the black at the bottom, the purple on the top, the green part on top. I don't know. It's so pretty. So I think this is me. I love it so much. Oh, it's so smooth and shiny and glossy. I think this might be my new favorite shaker. So at the moment, I'd say my favorite shaker is the 2019 TwitchCon one. Didn't go to that TwitchCon, but I used G Fuel points that I got for free. I actually got 6 of them for free, and I just gave them all away. That's just my last one. I think this might be my new favorite shaker. I have to clean it though before I use it, but I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Thank you, G-Fuel! Let's see. What do we have next? We'll just go with what I have in order. So we have the Metal Gear Solid MGS box. And what I want to do, probably not for a stream, but probably just for like a promo picture, is break out my Quiet cosplay. I know. Fat woman cosplays as Quiet from MGS. I know. Trust me, I heard it all. Even when I was like, what was that? I was like 60 pounds lighter than I am right now, and when I cosplayed Quiet. Oh my god, the internet, like, hated me. Oh my god. Tore me a new one. So this is the shaker. Metal stainless steel shaker. Solid Snake. So cool. Look at him just, like, creeping up on you. Oh. So I think I'm going to break out my Quiet cosplay again. And do, like, a little promo picture for this. But not on stream, because I don't think Quiet's an appropriate stream cosplay. And then what flavor is it? Snake Eater Honeydew Green Tea. And it's a 2.0 formula. I did not know it was 2.0 formula. Wait, no. Okay, this sounds delicious. I really want to drink this now, but I won't, because there's a different flavor that I want to try. Or not try, but have. And then we got, oh my god, I see Sniper Wolf. Not to be confused with FSS Sniper Wolf. But I do see Sniper Wolf. Hello, mommy. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. Hello? Not crazy about my new camera setup. Everything's like so dark. Holy, look at all these stickers! Whoa. I wonder if we will have a Quiet sticker. No Quiet sticker, boo. That's alright. Very cute, though. These are so cute! I don't know what I would do with them. I think I would just collect them. I think I would just collect them and keep them in my little package. These are dope. I love that with these new collector's boxes that they're doing, at least like in the past like 6-ish months or so, that like the Dungeons and Dragons one, that they have like numerous stickers and they're so cute. I love them. Okay, but honeydew green tea sounds delicious. I will drink that, but it is not this day that we will be drinking it. But this is so dope. So look forward to Quiet cosplay return, and I'll try that flavor too. And next we have the Dan. I am such a faker, such a phony. I've never watched this anime, so I have no clue like what to be excited about. Oh my god, literally me. Hello. Me when I see my mods come into chat. Anywho. Sorry. Anywho, I've never seen Dan, but I just really wanted the collector's box because I thought it was cool. Is that okay? Can I still be a cool kid? Whoa! This shaker's so pretty. Whoa, it says Dan on the top. Wow. I like this design actually. Does have like a slight embossed. How many tubs do I have at the moment? I'd have to count after getting like the couple more packages. But what did I have? Like 144? Oh no. I think over 200. Currently over 200. Definitely. What's the flavor? Full Throttle Blue Raspberry Dragon Fruit. Oh my god, it even has a little dragon fruit on the image there. Fun fact, I love dragon fruit. Dragon fruit was actually super delicious. Oh, okay. Oh, I've seen someone cosplay her. No clue who that is though. But I've seen people cosplay her. But again, huge amount of stickers. I have sticker anxiety, so I would never put these anywhere. Unless I had like doubles, right? Let's see. So there's this sexy lady. Oh my god, sorry. They're getting stuck. There's whoever this is who's in his underwear. Captain Underpants. I think I've seen someone cosplay her before too. Enemies. Oh, my Fallout stuff should be coming in. Like my actual Fallout stuff. The one that's not like the empty promo bottles, which I already have. But like my full bottles, my actual products are coming in. Yeah, Stego! Strawberry colada flavor? Oh my god, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Hi, Zaria! You need a sticker book? I know, but even I think I'd be like too scared to use it in the sticker book too. Isn't that pathetic? I just have such bad stickers already. Alright, so those are the two. I'm gonna catch up on chat as soon as I finish this, by the way. I promise, promise. I'm not ignoring anybody or ignoring your kissies. I promise. But I will catch... You know, actually, let me catch up on stuff right now. Willy, mwah. Dragon set ablaze, mwah. Saucy Plague, mwah. And you got your ghost face shaker? Did you get any of the shirts or anything, Sushi Guy? Quiet. Ow! You could be skin and bones in there, people. Oh my god. No, you're actually right, Kyle. You really are. It sounds really good. Oh, the honeydew one? I really want to try the honeydew one. Fuck, thank you. I'm Panda Pants Party! Stop plotting stuff. Isn't he the worst? It's a good anime. You're still a cool kid. You can sit with us. Yes, thank you. 8.5 out of 10? That's pretty good. I just got introduced to it. How do you guys watch it? Like, what platform do you guys watch it? Zaria, I hope you're doing so good. Cool, Cam. Thank you for the forehead, Yuzu. Do you use just one? Which one would you use? Hi, Stego. So you can... Oh, that's right! Sorry, I have heard of those. That's right. Panda Pants Party. Thank you for the 4 I can see. Oh, Zaria, don't be nice to me. I'll come. Panda Pants Party. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh, that's alright, so Wesley. I think the first flavor I did try was the Fallout flavor back when it was first released. Oh, probably, Nuke, what was the first one? Not Nuke Pop. It was probably just Nuka-Cola, right? Was it Nuka-Cola the first one? I don't know where it is. Alright, so we have 4 tubs that G Fuel also sent me. And I believe this is the one that I'm going to be trying today. Tetris Blast, but in the new 2.0 formula. I have been drinking G Fuel since, like, what, 2012 or something like that? And I have been through G Fuel through all of its flavors. And I gotta say, the 2.0 formula is incredible. Like, I didn't think it was gonna be much of a difference. There's a huge difference. And not that the original formula was bad, but it's hard to go back to the original formula when you know how good the 2.0 formula is. So, my Tetris Blast just went bad, so I actually just had to throw out the powder. I kept the tub because it was like the collector's tub, but I did throw out the powder because it was gone bad. So I'm so happy to have this flavor back. I love Tetris. Shout out to Tetris 99 on the Nintendo Switch. I am obsessed with that game, but I'm gonna be drinking that one today. We also got Demon Slayer Raging Sun, which is a kumquat flavor. So I talk about kumquats a lot for some reason. I don't know why. I've never had one, so I will be very interested to try this flavor. I have watched Demon Slayer. I've watched maybe like 3 episodes, and then I stopped. It was nothing against the anime, I just got bored. It was not the anime, it was my ADHD. There is a collector's box for this. I didn't request it, though. I just requested the tub. We have this one this is the 2.0 formula. This, I think, is just the original formula. Zen Zing Citrus Green Tea. That just seems just so right up my alley. Because, you know, I love lemons and limes. I love that citrus flavor. And then another green tea. So that's our second green tea flavor. Mid-Slayer. I thought it was okay. It wasn't like something I was like, oh my god, it's the best thing in the world. What is that one anime that I really liked? Well, Attack on Titan I really liked. That one I finished. I ask you guys this literally every single time. I can never remember it. There's that one... Soul Eater. Yeah, I remembered it! Oh, I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, Soul Eater. Oh my god, Soul Eater is so good. I don't think I ever finished it, though. I don't know how many seasons there are. I think I watched the first season. And then this is the last one. We have Cranberry. It is from the Black Friday Glitch promo that they did. And it is Sour Cranberry Grapefruit. This one, I am excited to try this one. Because I'm not a huge fan of cranberry. I'm not a huge fan of grapefruit. But one of my favorite... I'm not a huge fan of sour. Not a huge fan of sour, cranberry, or grapefruit. And that's what these 3 flavors are. However, Orange Cranberry, which is an older flavor that they don't make anymore, was a very good flavor. I really, really enjoyed that flavor. So... who knows? Maybe this will taste good. But either way, I wanted to try it. But that is all that we got from G Fuel. Yep, 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 yep. So let's try. Let's move these out of the way. I know, Mark. I know. It's so scary. Oh my god. Look at how with the shaker. Such a dope shaker. Alright. No way. Oh, they fixed the serrated edges. Yay, yippee. And we're gonna have some Tetris squares. Also, Ted, mwah, Zaria, mwah, Duncan, mwah. They go with the 4 kissy. Oh, really? Oh, I hate Legendberry. I have like a, oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, do you guys mind if I just do this the rest of the stream? Oh my god. So, it's not often that the powders smell like really, really good. Like, the powders will smell good, but they won't smell like, you know, like panty dropping good. I actually have like a half a case left of the cans of the Legendberry. Ugh, I hate them. They're so bad. I really don't like that flavor. But I think I'm in the, what's it called? The minority. Because I know a lot of people love Legendberry. I don't know why. I've tried it. I tried it in the powder flavor. I don't know. I can't, or the formula, I just can't get into it. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. No, Jasper, no. Mommy's in her happy place, which means you're not there. Go away. Sorry, Jasper. Sorry, Jojo. Alright. I just washed this out, so there's like water all over it, so I'm gonna shake it over here. Never had the tub yet. It's not good. It's not good at all. Alright. Tetris Blast 2.0. First impressions. I have loved this flavor for so long. It's just perfect. Oh my god, I'm like super salivating. Oh my god. That's so good. It's just like I remembered, but better! Oh, and it's so nice because I did have like my like slightly expired Tetris Blast, the original formula, pretty recently before it went back. So I was like, just one more, just one more. And yeah, it did not taste like this. Still tasted good, but not as good as this. So, oh my god, I'm so glad to have a fresh tub that expires in 2028. I don't think this is going to make it 22. With all due respect, I don't think that's going to make it to 2028. I think I will be finishing it before then. That was really good. Thank you so much, G Fuel Dice. Don't forget to use code KITTEN for 30, count 'em, 30% off. And don't forget that if you guys like the Ghostface merch and shakers and tubs, those are all on sale. And you could use code KITTEN for an additional 30% off right now, while supplies last. Music taste. Oh, thanks, Big Queen! Hold on, let me catch up. Ted, I got you. All the babies hovering because all the crinkling sounds make them think they're treats. Oh, that's true. And speaking of this, I do have treats for you from Fawn. Thank you, Fawn. Thank you. Oh, you're gonna come up? Oh, you're so good boy. All right, here you go, boo. Oh, do you want the last one? No, boo. There is one left in here, though. Hi, baby. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Wait, which Dragon Ball one, Panda Pants? I'll be right there, to drink the rest of your beauty. Listen, take all of my cans. I do not want them. Hi, Bakeweave, Marta, mwah, Kiyoshi, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. I love anything that's fruit punch flavor. You know what? I was looking at the Yandere, or however you pronounce it, punch, which is fruit punch, and I did almost have it today. I was like, wait, hold on. No. We're opening boxes today. What's up, Shatoni? Oh my god, bought some pickles just for you. Much love. Whatever. Enjoy your disgusting pickles. Kamehameha. Oh, Kamehameha, so good. Isn't that the lychee one? Alright. Do you guys want to do marbles? Want to start off with some marbles? some Marbles because I promised you guys I would start off with marbles because I didn't end stream with marbles yesterday because I was tired. And I had to walk the dogs. Like, really had to walk the dogs. So we're gonna do, what do you guys wanna do? Like one, oh, it was a strawberry lychee. Yeah. I did have fun. Thanks for saying that, True. Thanks, True Shinobi. Alright, let's, okay. No, this is called marbles. No, you're right. This is called marbles. Marbles on stream. I haven't played Marvel Rivals in a while, actually. It's gonna work. There it is. Okay. Alright, let's play a quick game. Marvel Rivals! Alright, let's play just to get the juices flowing. Marvel Rivals. Yeah, that'll do. What's up, Panda Monster? Oh, whoa, guys. Exclamation point play. And when I see how many people want to play, I'll start a prediction so you guys get some channel points. I do want to play Marvel Rivals again. I do. I have nothing against Marvel Rivals. I just been playing other shit right now. Was that you, Duncan? You are totally good. I speak in fluent typo. Oh, let me turn the music back on because it's so quiet. Panda Monster. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. And then we're gonna play Resident Evil Requiem. I promise. Not to give in. You know what? I think we can actually do the same prediction we did last time. A travesty has occurred. What happened? You went to reheat your chili and... Oh, you know what? Isn't that kind of good, though? Because now you get, like, some nice, like, yummy, crispy bits. I don't know. That sounds like a win to me. All right, you guys have a prediction now? There's a prediction up where you guys can... put your channel points. How many balls will live? 0 to, what did I say? 0 to 6, 7 plus? Something like that. My flavor of the day is Tetris Blast. I really want to play Tetris 99 now. I have to charge my Switch. Does anybody have a Switch too? Oh, the Fire Red and Leaf Green games. Are those only for the Switch too? Or can I, like, get that on the Switch? Not to give in. I should have known not to give in. Can vote 6, 7. Oh my god. I was watching a TV show yesterday. Or not a TV show or a movie. Fuck, Sushi Guy. Oh my god. I was watching a movie. I can't remember. Fuck, I can't remember what movie it was. And this person said, I don't know, about 6 or 7. But they didn't do this. That was just me doing it, sorry. They said about 6 or 7. And I was like... I just, like, softly started crying. I should have recorded it. Damn it. I'll do it next time. Aww. Those jokes are so funny, Panda. Panda Pants. You can get them on the regular Switch. Oh, can you? It's for both, I believe, since they were on the Switch Lite store. Oh, cool. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Chloe. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I actually fell asleep to last stream. Did I miss a lot? I don't know. I think... So, I don't know how far I am into the game because I haven't looked up the story because I'm trying to avoid all spoilers as possible. Again, please no spoilers. Please no backshooting. But I think we're guesstimating that I'm, like, just before halfway done. So, maybe we finish. Maybe not. We'll see. Bubble Penguin! Mwah, thank you for forehead kissy. Hi, Betsy! Darth Vader dies! No! Alright, you guys got 10 seconds to get in here. Done! Good evening, boys. Oh, what's happening? Oh, my OBS is breaking. Alright, well, that's fine. Let me know if the stream dies. Duncan's hacking. For the 3rd time. No. Please take care of yourself. Whoa. What is this? What? Oh. Whoa. Sushi Guy, Achilles, and surprisingly, Raven's still alive. Oh my god, everybody just died. This is the first time in a long time we've had so many deaths. Oh, Achilles, no! Alright, if Raven lives, 100% rigged. 100% rigged. There's no way. In the map that killed everybody, and whoa! Sushi Guy, chill. So Raven is like famous for dying like every map, even in the maps that like you shouldn't die in. And so it's just really funny whenever Raven lives. Oh my god, this is literally anybody's game. Saria! No way. No way. Very, very good. Hold on. Okay. Yo, what the hecky? 4 people lived. That was awesome. And I'm very cool that Raven went too, or lived too. So holy, how many balls will live? 23,000 points on 0 to 6, and versus 12,000 points for Believer. So unfortunately, 0 to 6 won. That was very fun. That was a good one. I'm gonna call it there for marbles. We'll get right into the game, but I'm glad we did get to get a game of marbles in. That was awesome. Congratulations. We'll see. I can't believe Raven hacked into marbles. That's what I'm saying, right? That was really fun. If we finish the game, or if I end stream early, we'll do some more marbles. Also, Shinobi, thank you very much for reminding me. I knew I should have gambled more. Well, I try to I hide the map so no one can look at the map. So it's like as authentic as a gamble as it can be. Don't forget. I don't have my Discord up. How will I be able to talk to my moderators? Do not forget that you guys can earn the Mr. Raccoon Twitch Global Badge by either resubbing in a stream or subscribing to a stream that's playing Requiem or gifting a sub in a stream that's playing Requiem. And you can get that global Twitch badge forever. And if I end early today on Requiem, we might swap over to Pokemon so we can do the Pokemon badge too, because the Pokemon badge ends tomorrow. What badge can I get? Oh, Kishu! Kishu has it! Hi, Kishu! So Kishu Shark is beautifully modeling Vogue, the Mr. Raccoon sub badge that you get for, oh, you're so hot for that, Kishu. For gifting a sub or subbing in a Requiem stream. So Kishu, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I appreciate your model. You're so hot and talented and handsome. Did you do marbles just for funsies? We didn't do it last night at the end of stream, so Shinobi reminded me that I needed to do it, or that I said that I wanted to do it before we started Requiem today. Shabby! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god, I think I had a dream that we were playing Outlast Trials, by the way. I don't remember when. Maybe last night. But I really miss Outlast Trials. Oh, my stream is foggy. I'm sorry. I'm really not happy about this camera setup, but it's fine. It is what it is. Sorry, I just won! Inside of these bones, an emptiness began. Emotional support Leon Shaker. Sorry, what the heck? What's up, Kaya? Hi, Draconia. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry, I'm thinking for the 5. Count of 5 gifted subs to OG Girth God, White Rabbit, Jane Jacket, Pretty Vagrant, and Nathan. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that. Let me love you. No, you. You love the cat ears? Who's wearing cat ears with me? You guys can lie to me and just tell me that you are. Sorry. Zarya, it's time. It's pussy time. Sorry. Bake. Okay, perfect. Okay. W dude. Wait, bravo. Okay. I was in a stupor when I woke up this morning. I opened up the Chaos mod chat, and did I see that you have your PC? Are you on your PC right now? Yo, Shabby! Oh, I just realized my boob is not in my bra. There it is. Sorry. That was weird. Shabby, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Panda Monster, what do you mean used to have? That sounds so cute. Is subbing her face with food for the first time? Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Slaps own hand. Bad track. What are you eating though? Yum yum. What's happening with the predictions? Are the predictions just like cycling through? What is happening there? So you're on your new PC right now? Like, I just like dismiss this message. Okay, there we go. Alright, my OBS is acting really weird today. Like, it keeps just showing like the prediction message over and over and over again. Oh, that's gonna be really annoying. Ah! No. No. Wasn't there supposed to be like a candle sale or something? Sausage and eggers. Oh, yum. Does anybody else see the predictions like acting like crazy on the OBS? Like it just says how many like the prediction over and 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 over again. Oh, wait, I think I fixed it. I just had to dismiss the message 3 different times. Anyhow. Ordering an adapter so I get my second monitor up and running. Oh, do you need like an HDMI to like V whatever port or something like that? Jaconi, really? Oh, it's being weird. Rootsy, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Oh, Rootsy! I didn't message you. I said that yesterday and then I forgot. You know what? I'm gonna message you right now. Oh, to display! Yes! HDMI to display port. I actually have that same thing. This monitor right here is, one end is HDMI, one end is display port. This one is HDMI, and this one... I lied. This one's HDMI. This one's HDMI to display port. And this one's display port to display port. I got it. Hold on. I'm gonna do this right now, Rootsy. There is literally no rush or pressure. I just keep forgetting to do it. I have to message like 12 people back. And that's me being generous. That's really not that many. Okay. Okay. It's not bad or anything. I just want your opinion on something. Okay. Literally no rush. If I don't do it now, I will never do it. No. Oh my god, Rootsy, no. Like, literally, you can ignore me too. There's literally no rush, no pressure, no obligation to respond. I just have a question. Oh, really? Okay, bro. I'm so proud of you. Is this your first time building your PC? How long would your subscription last once it runs out? What do you mean, your subscription? Like, Twitch sub? A Twitch sub is 30 days. So, like, if you use a Prime sub, which is free, if you have Amazon Prime, you get it for 30 days. If you are gifted a sub, you get it for 30 days. And if you subscribe yourself, you have it for 30 days. And then after that 30 day, you either have it canceled and it doesn't reoccur, or it's a reoccurring sub and you get charged the $5.99 or whatever, every 30 days. Definitely a learning curve. So this was like the first one. Messaging you is the most I've spoken to anyone other than Stanley. I hope Stanley's doing very well. Stanley's also on that list of people I need to respond to, by the way. Oh man, I feel like I'm such a bad person. Listen, I've been dealing with things. I won't talk about it. Alright, Zaria, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Did you get your badge, by the way? Oh. Ew, is this marker dying? Ew, garbage. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the same cat face that I did yesterday, and no one's gonna say anything about it because it makes me so happy. Alright? If you guys don't like cat face, you're gonna have to deal with it because I like it and it makes me happy. It makes me smile.
Finally.
Yo! Shinobi! Thank you so much for the Prime sub! Hey. And for the next 30 days, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge! Thank you so much! That is so cool. I feel really honored when people use their Prime subs, because you only get one! And so, it's really, really sweet. Thank you so much. Zaria. Shut up! Shut up! I love them. They make me so happy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Holy! Oh, it just went up my asshole. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It's just getting better. Oh, so good to know. Joining servers on Discord yet? Who needs to talk to people anyway? Who needs to talk to people anyway? Oh, there's packages I need to send out. I still need to send out Loki and Slasher Bunny's paintings. They're all wrapped up. I just need to print the frickin' thingies. I'm in slacking. Okay. I'm gonna make a pinned message really quickly, and then I'll get into the game. I promise. I promise. Zaria, do you want me to take a slight little shot for you? Listen, it's the last day of the month, and Mama needs to make her rent. So, I'm not saying Twitch if you're here. I am not taking shots for subs. But for anyone else who's listening, maybe. I'll just be celebrating with shots. Listen, my head doesn't hurt today. 3rd day in a row that I have little to no head pain. You'll do shots? Do you want me to do rum? Vodka? Pink Whitney? Malort? Whiskey? What else do I got? Did I say vodka or vodka? What do you want me to do a shot of? I have been shots. You have been shots? You have been shots. But I'm only catching bits and pieces of the mod chat right now. You guys gotta stop. Vodka. Russians love vodka. I don't think I'm actually at all Russian. I think I'm Polish though. Holy! Holy! Get up! Thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. Happy pussy time. Gay cat, please let me know what color pussy you would like. Would you like a pink, a salmon, an orange, a yellow, a green, a light blue, a dark blue, or a purple? Daddy! Mwah. Thank you for your 15th forehead, Casey. I hope you're doing so good, Gay cat. It is now, what day? This is the 3rd day in a row. Granted, I did just wake up. 2.5 hours ago. My Sam says is messed up. Leave me alone. Where I have had very little to no head pain. So honestly, I feel like a new person. Purple pussy. Alright. That's 1. Alright, then I'll take a shot of vodka. Alright, I'm sorry, but we're doing Derp Cat again. I can't. It makes me so happy. Oh! I did the eyeballs in different directions. That I did on Zaria's, and it's so cute. Oh my god. This is... I don't know if I want to do any other cat. This is my favorite design now. We just got back from Tulsa. Shut up, you saw 9 Inch Nails. Whatever. I'm so happy for you. I was sleeping with Pumped Up Kids! Pumped Up Kids playing?
Hello?
Oh, is that a band? Hi, Spartan! Oh, did you lose your glasses? I have 15 pairs of prescription glasses. It's disgusting. Rootsy, thank you for giving a sub to Iron Man. Shout out to Robbie Downey. Shout out to Robert Downey Jr. Also, Gay Cop and Rootsy, enjoy your Mr. Raccoon badge. Oh, I'm so sorry, Spartan. Oh, I'm sorry about the Discord pain. Wait, you lost both your glasses? Shut up. Also, Danny, thank you for the 15 stream streak. What the hecky? Holy. I have to like make sure I don't like sit on my armrest. What am I doing? Vodka. Be fine, okay, but I'll just be like, I definitely want to be able to drive. I have so many pairs because right now 3 pairs are somewhere in my house. I literally have pairs of glasses. It does help that I have a glasses sponsor, and so that helps a lot. But I have glasses like literally everywhere in my house. What the hell just happened? What just happened? Wait, what just happened? What do you mean she's back? I never left! Wait, what? Did stream stop? I'm lagging? Hello? Really? Oh, it must be Twitch might be having issues. Oh, you know what? If you guys hadn't said anything, I would not have known. That's so weird. That's so weird. Rootsy types refresh. Yeah, that's so weird. Because I didn't have any lag on, well, I don't have like my stream pulled up because I don't watch my stream on anywhere. But yeah, let me pull it on my phone. All right, I have it up on my phone now. I burped, sorry. Thank you for watching the bits. I think Twitch just had like a heart attack or something. Oh wow! I just lost half my viewership. Holy shit! I just saw that I went from like 60 people to 30 people. Okay, yeah. Well, something definitely happened. Holy shit! They knew what they were doing when you got 5 subs. That do be doing news. What? That's so ass. L Twitch. Aw, boo. Pimped Up Kids, a song by Foster People. Oh, I've never heard of that. I did post a video in Savvy's show off the panic. Oh, really? Oh, I can't wait to see that band. Damn. No, stream's gonna shut off again, no! Wait, I haven't even done this shot. Hold on. There's something out there far from my home. That is not a good shot. That is not a good shot, Liquor. It really isn't. That's so bad, actually. That one good cop. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Theo's Witcher, Snowy Chaos, to Magic Cat, Mova Schnick, and GK Vanyas. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. If you guys got gifted subs, make sure you say, thank you. Now, so Kyle, thank you for the shout out. Also, that one good cop. Let me know what color pussy you like. If you like, pink, a salmon, an orange, a yellow, a green, a light blue, a dark blue, or purple, pink. It may or may not be. I derpy girl. My thoughts, I'm cooked, forgot to fresh. How dare you? You're fine. You're totally fine. We're gonna fuck her up with shots. We'll see. We'll see. That's right. We're here for a good time, not a long time. And you know what? At least like the stream cut out like before we even like got into the game, right? What was I gonna do? Oh, Kitty. But top, it was at 155 viewers. You have a problem. Oh wait, did you get your new? You don't have new glasses yet, right? Also, Spartan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Should we do another Drippy Kitty? We're gonna do another derpy kid. I have another idea. Oh wow, these eyes are huge. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I have a problem, guys. Maybe I have a problem. You're gonna get some colors! I know a guy! I know a guy. What, do you know what, like, what style you would want? I feel like I asked you this before. Your phone will die? We'll charge your phone, silly goose! So, we have, speaking of silly goose, we have silly goose cat, and this time his tongue is hanging out. Look up! The Brotherhood of Steel ones? But the thing is, on those, they don't ship until, like, May. No, Rootsy! They will be here by 9 p.m. And it's also 9. I've been checking the tracking, like, every hour. Oh, that's right! You did say they'd come on Saturday. You're right. Thank you so much for the gifted subbies, the bits, Loki, and all the stream streaks. Thank you guys so much. I think the Brotherhood of Steel is not coming out until, like, I think it's, like, May. Because the initial pre-order was, like, I think it was supposed to be coming out in March. I guess it got delayed. I guess there was, like, some sort of manufacturing error, and a lot of people are pissed. Rightfully so. I totally understand that, they're pissed. I totally understand and, like, I get it. Captions are on? Apparently, OBS captions are on, yeah. Yeah. They're on my end for OBS captions. OBS captions work again. I don't know what happened, Rootsy. I was fucking around with my, with OBS, settings, and OBS captions work again. So I don't have captions. I just have the OBS captions. They're the same captions that, Spades put a screenshot in. Might be tomorrow, though. Oh, that's so lame, though. Okay. Yeah, but we should have captions. An ad is gonna play before I get into the game. So no ads during the gameplay. I'm gonna try to do what I did yesterday, where, whenever an ad starts playing, I'll just faff about and, like, go piss or something. So, hi, Dangos! Did you guys like my new TikTok that I made? Where I saved Dangos? Twice, by the way. Dangos! Mwah! Thank you for the 4 Goosey. Oh, the Rippers! I have those. Somewhere. I actually think I gave my brother the Sunnies of those. And the Ripper... I love the Ripper ones. Those are actually very similar styles, I think. Do you want me to grab them right now? I can grab them right now. Hold on. Let me run an ad. Running an ad! Let me see if I can find them really quick. No way they're right on top. Shut up.
Stop making the damn thing!
Hello? I found them. Yo! Kiyoshi! Kiyoshi, thank you for the Prime sub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad preview, and your sub badge. W Prime sub. What the heck? When the dog cam betrayed me? Oh my god. I hope you guys enjoyed the editing of that. It wasn't really like editing, but... Alright, so here's the Rippers. No Rippers. Oh, so thank you guys for the hype train! I didn't even notice. I didn't even see that we had a hype train. Good submissive Dango, so you get me. Alright, so this is, these are the Rippers. In the amber flavor. These are, I think, the signature. So there's no dongles. Dongles! There's no dongles, and there's no, like, flex. Like, I can't, like they're flexible, but they're not, like, flex. There she is! I was like, I don't know, maybe she can hear me. So these are the Borderlands Rippers. Doggo! There's nothing much to say about these. They're just, there's glasses. They just look really dope because they have the cell shading. Now, I do think that the Overwatch Reapers are super similar. I think, if I remember correctly, just like maybe, like just thicker. I love these, but they have a significantly thicker, like, arms. Again, signature collection, so no dongles, and same flex. You know what? Joe Croft used to work with Oakley, so it makes sense that they probably have like a lot of similarities. But I love the Reapers personally. I don't. There's something so like, you know what? I don't think that's working, is it? I think there's something just so esports about. Hold on, I got you. Dangos, try to get Dangos. There's something so esports about these and so nostalgic that I love the Reapers. They're just so dope.
Lizard.
If I had to pick between the two, fuck. Comfort-wise, Ripper. Aesthetic, Reaper. I think that's what I would do. Because, for me personally, I think I would want these to be just a little bit thinner. I think that is... So I don't know if that helps. I think they're both great, though. And maybe it comes down to which you like more, Overwatch or Borderlands. Bioshock! Why do I keep saying Bioshock? Oh. And then here's the cloth for the Weepa. Yo, small nerd! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. You have a Gunner question? I might have a Gunner answer. I know, Dangos. He has run with that joke now, by the way. We like, and all the meetings that we have are like, no relations to Lara. Borderlands now and forever your team Borderlands. I hope I didn't miss anyone's messages. If I did, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. And then here is cleaning cloth for Borderlands, not Bioshock. I don't know why I keep saying Bioshock. So weird. Alright, the ads are done. I think we can start the game. Oh, should we do another shot because we got another 5 gifted subs? Sorry, my nose is like hella stuffy today. Oh, I never did my pin comment. Now I want Bioshock, right? G Fuel. I'm gonna do this. Oh, Stream Deck. Good girl. Oh. Oh, OBS. Why do you hate me? There you go. I think that's a good pinned message. Because if you guys like my shirt or the G Fuel Ghostface sweater that I wear on like my social medias, that is available right now. Okay. So I have what my doctor calls focus lenses. Yes. Kind of like readers in the bottom and distant at the top. Do they do multi-vision lenses? Yes. I am like 98% sure that they do. Also, hi, Nightshade Jade. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Alright. Guys, I want to play the game, I promise. There you go. Yippee! I'm like 98% sure. Alright. Oh, cool. Alright. 2 points and 3 points of vision. I'm gonna pretend like I know what that means. Alright, so remember, this is my first playthrough. So I have no clue what's coming up. Remember, for spoilers, please don't spoil the game. Don't spoil it for me, don't spoil it for chat. Spoilers include, but are not limited to, oh, you're gonna love this part. Don't, or don't go back there, or just wait for this, or hey, this person dies. Like, all those are considered spoilers. Also, please don't backseat, so please don't tell me, oh, use this gun, oh, save that ammo, oh, go back, oh, do this, or that. Just let a homie play the game. I'm not good at video games. I know. I'm painfully aware of how horrible video games I am. Listen, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. You know what? The more I struggle, the more you guys enjoy it, truly. This music gives me such anxiety. We like it, right? I've been listening to it this whole time, by the way. Loki, because the music's been on, but you guys haven't been able to hear it. But I've been listening to it the whole time. I will let you guys know if I need help. So I'll ask questions like, oh, like, do I need to do this? Do I need to do that? I'm kind of like, just like, at that point, I'm just like streaming where I'm just like saying things rhetorically. If I do need help, I will say, chat, what do I do? And I will sit here like this. But, yeah, thank you guys, thank you. Time people out. You're much nicer than I am, Kyle. I was like, I'm just trying to ban me, wasn't it? For the whole hour, Loki. Does it say that I've been streaming for an hour for you guys? Because with that Twitch blip, what's my uptime for you guys? But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Called them bifocals, but she said that she's the beginning stage of it. Yeah. Hour and 7. Oh, okay, so we're at the same time. So that's so weird. That, like, Twitch cut half my viewership with that then. It's fine. That's what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Listen, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. We are going to start with our autosave. We are back with Grace. I've only had one shot. Oh, were we going to do another shot? Oh, wait. I was, nuclear. 68 minutes? No, not 67 minutes? Nuclear. And we are looking for... Where's my controller? What do you mean I'm going to play this on mouse and keyboard? What do you think I am, a good gamer? No. 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 We are looking for Emily. Because Grace is a horrible person and let her get kidnapped. I'm joking. I like Grace. Grace is cool. I don't want to be in another watch list. Because I just 5, 6, 7. I thought we were friends. Let me know how audio is. Let me know how things are. Everyone's dead. The plan went to shit. I'm the only one left in this godforsaken place. I tried to escape, but what's the point? I can still see my colleagues being eaten alive, like an endless loop playing over and over in my head. Let it stop, please. Well, looks like you found a way to make it stop. Alright, well, we need a part for this, clearly. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't add that. Okay, well... Oh, I thought that was something crawling. I was about to cry. I love you, Music Kid! I hope you're doing so good. Alright. I have 28 bullets and a dream. Hi, Haku. Do you like how as soon as I start playing, Jasper opens up his fat mouth? Cool. I should blow him up, right? I should. You are definitely gonna be a problem. Yeah. I'm gonna blow him up. Yeah. I think that was the play. Oh, I'm sure these doors aren't gonna open. Oh. Haku! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. You can see that dude's brain. Whoa. Alright. Do I need this herb? I do not. I will leave that sit there then. Ooh! A save! Shut up, Jasper. Well, I mean, I don't have any ammo for this gun, right? So might as well get rid of the Requiem. No! No, because what if I get ammo for it? Do I need this, do you think? I don't want to put this ID band away. Oh, do I have a map? Oh, wrong button. Should I just take the Requiem? I'll do It's fine. I still have room for 2 more. That's fine. What do you want? Oh, look at all the dolls! Yeah, Jasper is being a frickin' brat. Okay. To all employees, operation to eliminate the girl. The girl is currently occupying the basement. We plan to corner her by taking advantage of the subject's intolerance to light, and will place high-intensity ultraviolet lamps throughout the area. Once this is complete, we'll begin the operation to eliminate the subject. Prepare your weapons and be on standby. Was it 15? Sounds alright. Sounds about right. The thing is, I know that these guys are going to be a problem when I have to come back, when I have Emily with me. I know they're going to be a problem. Do I have a scrap? I don't have a scrap, so I can't craft anything. I have a knife, but I would like to keep that knife. We're keeping this for now. This is probably a horrible idea, but I'm keeping it for now. What? Let me in! Alright. We are playing Grace in first person and Leon in third person, which is what was recommended. Oh, do I not have a wrench anymore? Which is like recommended.
Oh, it's a subiversary, just
No!
saying hey and heading out as I am playing this as well. No spoilers, lol. Pixel
No
Starin'
way!
Fish,
Thank you so
Pixel
much
Starin'
for
Fish,
the
Pixel
4
Starin'
months!
Pixel
Enjoy
Starin'
your
Tap.
90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. I hope you enjoyed Requiem too! Thank you so much for resub, Bloody German Boy. I really appreciate it. I hope you have the great rest of your weekend. Happy Saturday! W we sub. W we sub. Boss is DOS. Yes! 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 Gimme. Gimme more. Give me more. Alright, well then let me do this. Cool. Tell Papa Penguin I love you. And then I am going to do this to you. Because you seem like the one that's going to be the most annoying. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it, guys. He's just like, he's in the way, you know? Oh, there's another one! God, this is so gonna be a problem. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. That's fine. I'm taking care of as many as I can. Before we get any more jump scares, listen, I'll let you know if we get jump scares. Enjoy your lurky turkey! I want to shoot him. I won't. Wah! I'm scared! I feel like I should have shot him.
Emily.
That's Rose, she's sleeping.
Oh, thank goodness. Emily.
Girl, she's sleeping. That counts. Oh, God.
Collects me.
I'm pretty sure it's like a little girl, but it's not a little girl anymore, you know? Yeah. I have a feeling that I have the potential to... it's gonna be like... What is that one game? Oh, scrap. Yes. Where when you're like werewolves or something. And, you can open up that door to save people, and I'm gonna open up the wrong door. Joint plug can be used to connect to provide power when inserted in the electrical socket. All right.
You can do this.
Oh. Well, that's not gonna do anything. Sorry.
No good.
Does it go back? Does it go back by itself? Okay. Okay. First of all, what are those sounds?
Not again.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna look at this map. Okay. You gotta insert the 3 joint plugs and pull the left lever if you're crazy enough to open the cells. The joint plugs are currently being used to power other areas. I've marked their locations on the map. Removing them will cut the electricity, so you better be extra sure before you start messing around with them. Eclipse! Mwah. Think of the forehead, Kissy. Salted Loki, enjoy your lurky turkey! You know what would help? Another shot. I'm fucking thinking about it. Fucking thinking about it. What's up, Mav? Another shot? What am I taking a shot of? Maximus. Mwah. Think of the forehead, Kissy. You're such a brat. Wow. Wow. Whiskey? I would love to take some whiskey. A little bit of whiskey? Kyle, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies to the Beast Gamers, Joe Fesser, Daisy George, Shep, 444, and Sid Bean! Oh, I just clicked back to the game for a second. That was scary. Look, do your thing, Chicken Wing. I totally get it. Thank you very much for lurking. I really appreciate it. Kyle, let me know what color. Pussy! You would like pink, salmon, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, and purple. Also, as soon as we have to play an ad in 13 minutes, I'm gonna have to go pee now. Because if we're gonna be taking shots, I'm gonna have to pee every break now. Just to make sure I don't piff myself. A pink pussy? Alright. We'll do the whiskey first, and then we'll do a Kraken in a little bit. Yeah. Tell Jasper. Eclipse loves you. Eclipse loves you so much. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Alright. Another derpy goodie? Oh, what's up? And my camera wasn't covered. Oh no, that's like my biggest fear is jump scaring myself. Me when I open up my camera and like on my phone, it's like it's front facing. It's like, ugh, nah. Becca, can I give you derpy eyes, but then be like in a bat mask like it was before? Can I do that? I don't know if it'll look good. You know, what if I do it like that, and then we don't color it in? If we don't color it in. There we go. So I feel like if I colored it in, it'll look weird. Give treats. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Oh, you're sunburned? Oh, no. Lucky for me, I don't leave my house, so I never get sunburned. I scream loud enough, my husband. Oh, God. Because you're like, who is this man in my house? And it's like, oh, it's me. Oh, you heard me say the T word. Derpy cat, but with a bat mask. Thank you so much for 5 good subs. You guys gotta chill on it. Alright, can I get some whiskey? Jack Daniels Tennessee honey. Honey liqueur blended with Jack Daniels Tennessee whiskey. I was wearing sunglasses and I look like a raccoon. Mr. Raccoon? Resident Evil, Mr. Raccoon? Oh, wait, that's not even a shot. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, it smells so good. There's now there's no delivery day, so I guess I'll have to wait another day or two. Damn. They should do the thing that's like pizza, where it's like they overestimate their delivery. Well, I guess to be fair, it's a USPS thing, right? I suppose it's a USPS thing, not a Gunner thing, but still. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs earlier and the tier 3 resub. L'chaim. No, my lord. It's what they wanted. All right. Maximus says you want you give you a treat. What the hecky? Chaotic! I have a treat for you, and it's actually a treat for Jasper. What's up, Raiders? What's up, Chaotic Dogs? What's up, Azure? Is it Cairo? That emote is huge. The Twitch bleed emote is huge.
Hello.
Yo, welcome in. Oh, I see your name now. Is it Cyro? Or is it Cairo? Yo, Azure, thank you so much for coming in the raid. Welcome in. You call me Alice? Hi, Alice. Welcome in. Thank you guys so much for the raid. How was your DVD? We are, full disclosure, playing Resident Evil Requiem. So if you guys do not want any spoilers, get the heck out of here. Go raid and run. Because I don't want to spoil this game for anybody, but we are currently playing... Oh, Kishi, you're so sweet. Thank you guys so much for welcoming the Raiders. We are currently playing Resident Evil Requiem. How is your DVD? What were you up to? Everyone go follow the homie Cat Knox. Oh, also, Chaotic, happy belated Pokemon Day. By the way, you have the cutest emotes ever, as you know. We are doing Resident Evil Requiem. We did about... I don't know, 5-ish hours of gameplay yesterday, and we just started a little bit today. I had a blast. We did Killer and Survivor. You did both of them? Hell yeah. Well, I hope you had the best stream ever. Please, go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, pugo, stretch or drink. We are celebrating Catterday today. Also, thank you very much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Happy belated Pokemon Day. What else? What are we doing? What am I? My name is Pixel. Play a lot of video games poorly and I stream on the internet. A lot of variety streaming. Big chillin' though. Big chillin'. Chaotic. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Drinking some shots today, so if I say dumber than usual, that's why. I'm sorry. But yeah, we're playing Resident Evil Requiem. Everyone go follow Chaotic Knox. Chaotic, please get your post stream self here. Thank you so much for the raid. Jasper says hello. Jasper's the kitty that I was just feeding. And then this is Boo. So I got Jasper and Boo. Up. Good boy. And then I got Boo. So it's half my dog population, 33% of my cat population. Oh my god, you get me. We're actually in like a pretty scary part right now, to the shock of nobody. And I just started this level, which is whittled with tension. And I hate it here. Oh, yes. Oh. There we go. Oh my god, I hate it here. The proper way to play Resident Evil is drinks. You're so right. Technician's note! Taking the toolbox to the boiler room for repairs. The quality of blood the laboratory receives has gone downhill. We've been notified from above to take immediate action. Looks like some problem during the separation process is to blame. Going to do some work on it. Alright, so boiler room, alright. Which is probably the wrench tool that we need. Eh? Alright, or that tool. Okay. Oh, would you look at that? Why would I need to do that, I wonder? Because I can't, unless I come in through this way, and I could exit through that way. Either way, I need to take this. Alright. Otaku! Thank you for the 4 against. Also, thank you for the 65 stream streak. A Melodol! Thank you for the forehead kissy. We're fine. We're fine. Listen, I've never been scared ever playing these video games. I'm so cool as a cucumber, some might say. Jasper, can we not play with boxes at a time like this? You're scaring mommy. Jasper! What did I just say? You're scaring mommy. Alright, I see one zombie. Can I ask you a question about how you open lobby DVDs or something special you do to make it so people can join off the link? No, I just, Ooh, that's cool. Okay, I found another one. Awesome. I just, put my Steam profile link in the chat, and then people just join off my link. I think it's like a default sentence, or the default setting or something. But no, I don't do anything special. Also, an ad is about to start in 4 minutes. I'll find a place to stop, and then, I'll stop the game so the ad plays. And then, while the ad's playing, I'll go pee. I hate this video game so much. Well, what took you? My brother in Christ. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. 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 Oh. Okay. That was very funny, actually. I really like that. I am cool as a cucumber. I have a full... I'll do handgun ammo. I feel like I'll probably need some handgun ammo. Kind of wish I dropped off my Requiem now at this point. Alright, so... Ah! Aha! Aha! So that's exactly what I thought. Okay, cool. Any jump scares? I don't think so. Tense moments, yes. No jump scares. At least not that I remember. Oh, I mean, my cat scared me, but that ain't gonna, I don't know what counts. Cat scared the hell out of me. I'm glad you guys are finally understanding, like, how cool as a cucumber I am. What is this? Needs a key. Okay. I'm not gonna take that yet. I want to explore a little bit more. Security guards report. The 12 subjects we were provided with were confirmed infected and reduced to blood at the processing area. We'll be able to increase the turnover rate even more thanks to the increased stock from our supply chain. We have already started processing today's additions. I burped, sorry. Yo, so much scrap! At this point, it's like, do I do more hemoglobin injectors or handgun ammo? It's like, shit, what do I do? I don't have a code for that. Alright. Alright, well, let me pause the game now so we can play the ad. Cool as a cucumber. Hate me and think I'm crazy because when I get jump scared. Okay, but like Panda Monster, I have literally, so, I've lived in this house for 3.5 years now, right? Yeah, almost 3.5 years. And the neighbors that used to live next door to me, I asked them, I was like, you guys never like heard me like scream or anything, right? They knew I streamed, so it wasn't like a weird question. And they said no. And then I've never asked that neighbor, but that neighbor, when I first moved in, was a crotchety old lady who was like very uptight and stubborn. Like, she ran the HOA, so if she heard me, she would have said something. Like, she had something to say about all of our neighbors, so if she heard me, she would have said something. But no one's ever said anything to me about like me screaming. And I'm just like, how can you guys not hear me? Or maybe they just don't care, or they just don't go to their basements ever. I think maybe they just don't go to their basements ever or something. But either way, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna start an ad, and I'm gonna go pee too, because since I'm drinking liquor, and I'm drinking more G Fuel because of the drinking liquor. So I want to make sure. Thank you, Shinobi. Thank you. I want to make sure I can stay hydrated. So I will be right back. Ad's gonna play. I will be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Pain Res as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't blood favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! Oh, you live in an apartment? Yeah, there's no, what's the word? Privacy. There is no privacy in an apartment, so. Man, I hated living in an apartment. Oh, it's the worst. Alright. Thank you guys for letting me pee and then play the ad break. So we didn't miss nothing. Welcome back. Alright, okay, I didn't miss anything. Let's investigate what this does then. Do I just take it out?
It's 2.
Okay. That's 2, she says. That's 2. I just know that these fuckers, these zombies are gonna be coming back, and that's why they're giving me so much scrap so I can make these, like, hemoglobin, like, stabbing. Ah! These hemoglobin stabby thingies. Ah! She can't crawl through that. She can't crawl through that. You gotta stop, homie. Hold. Ah! And watch. Because this stupid fucking game. Ah! Okay, I can do that. Okay, that's the way to do it. Okay, that's the way to, okay. There was still a bug earlier, but it's fine. Also, wait, no, I totally get it. Trust. I totally get it. Oh, God. The only reason why I even have this house is because I had a really good year on Twitch in 2022. But ever since then, it's been all downhill. So it's just been a struggle ever since. But the thing is, my mortgage payment is $2,000 a month. Which is a lot. It's a lot. But where I live in Illinois, that's roughly how much I'd pay for an apartment anyways. Like, yeah, I'd have some, like, built-in amenities if I lived in an apartment anyway. That would have had been included with the $2,000, whereas opposed to, like, I pay for everything else extra. But I also have, like, so much more room and so much more freedom, right? So it's like, I'm not trying to rub it in, by the way. I'm just trying to explain, like, I guess I'm trying to, like, make myself feel better as to, like, why I live in a fucking house, you know. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Sucks. Yeah. Wait, Kyle, where do you live? Do you live in a house or a apartment? You live in a house, right? Fuck. I don't know where to go. Oh! Put this Requiem in there. I'm gonna store this. Okay, well now that I know okay. Store lockpicks in there too. Alright. I feel better about that. Yeesh. Okay. Oh. I was like, what did I open? Oh, you're right, apartment. One day I would like a house, but that's feeling less likely every year. No, I totally get it. It's like, literally, it's like, oh, like, everything's so expensive right now. We'll just try again next. Ah! Yeah, I thought that would be stupid. I thought that would be stupid, but I thought, like, let's give it a try. Okay, so we have to find a way to get around that then. I don't want to talk about that. No, King Hell. So I started stream and there were maybe 3 people. Shout out to those 3 people, by the way. But there were literally 3 people in stream for like the first 5 minutes and was like, did Twitch not send a noti? And I don't think Twitch sent a notification because I had to @, everybody in the server to let people know that I was live. I literally had to @ everybody in the server. So, and then also, an hour into my stream, Twitch, not OBS, Twitch, reset my stream and I lost like half my viewership, right? Because that's just how it is, you know, like when your Twitch stream like fumbles. But it sucked. So Twitch is a hater at the moment, eh? Yeah, Twitch didn't send out live notifications today, which is so unfortunate. They're on my list. I totally agree. I agree. But no, but welcome in, King Hell. Hope you're doing very, very well. Happy weekend. Oh, wasn't there one over here to do? Or was that the first one? That may have been the first one. Oh, no. Okay, there was one right here. Okay, I should be able to move that thing now. Yeah, okay, cool. Perfect. What's up, Thawd? Just kidding, Twitch. I love you. I am squeezing there. Okay. Sorry, my throat is killing me right now. Couldn't possibly be from all the screaming that I've been doing. Alright, what do we got here? A square socket wrench, which we definitely need. Empty bottle. No, I want the other thing. I guess the other thing I can't get. Okay. I do want this blood. Very much so. 6 tattoos! No way! What all is she getting? Also, happy weekend, everybody. Me and my boyfriend want to get a house in 1 to 2 years, assuming the house market. That's the thing. It's like, sorry, I totally forgot about that. I got electrocuted and I got distracted. That's the worst part. Is like, you want to be responsible and wait. It's like, oh, like the housing market is like, it's not even like plausible. Like housing market is just non-existent right now for buyers, and so it's just like, well, there's no. Ah! Why? 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 I bet I could electrocute her. Take your time. Anywho, but like the only responsible decision to make, sorry, like the back and forth, the only responsible decision to make is to literally wait. Is to literally wait for the market to just get better, but it just keeps getting worse every year. So it's like everyone is just fucked, you know? I'm playing a game and tell me you wouldn't randomly add someone whose character's name is Gracie Lou Freebush? That is a miscongeniality reference. They keep saying the bubble's gonna burst, but it never bursts. Literally just keeps getting worse and worse. Hi, Essential Irish Queen. Are you at work right now, or are you off today? Or off right now? Gracie Lou Freebrush? What? I thought you liked that name. That movie is so good, God. Oh my god. And yes, I would add that person. Oh my god. Oh my god, King Hell. Is she getting all of that, like, all at once? Holy. That's impressive. On your last break, well, I hope your day is going by very quickly, and I hope you're having a good day so far. Oh no, what did I collect, by the way? Oh, the square socket wrench, which, okay, is in that big open circular area. Okay.
Barely made it.
I hate this game. I want to see something. I want to see something. Wow! Oh! Who are you? Who are you? You... Oh, she can't... Can she come in here? Ah! I didn't reload. That works. Oh my god, I messed up. Oh my god, she's on her third one. It's free. Holy free? What? Okay, well I did not do what I wanted to do. That's fine. There's an herb up ahead. That's fine. Okay, where did Mr. Sunshine and Daisies come from? You come here. Come here. Come here. Let me get in a safe room really quickly. Okay. Let me take you. Let me save. I have the wrench now. I have the wrench and 2 thingies. I know what to do the wrench for. I'm gonna drop off this lockpick. Yeesh. Store this lockpick, you little bitch. Okay. Anywho, they put you in the splash zone. You got an energy drink? You're very sweet, King Hell. Oh my gosh. Like seriously, I'm actually gonna move back with my dad in May once my lease up. Literally the only way to save her house. Literally, okay. For the record, if anybody shames anybody for living with anybody's parents at any age, I don't care how old you are, you should never be shamed for living with your parents. Just throw it out there. Like, I don't care how old you are. Like, especially with this economy. Like, how else, you know? I know. I hear you. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, you're committing! Oh! Okay, we're good. Woo! Holy. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I love my parents. Okay. I'm not liking the way this floor is. So fun fact, Pixel lore, if anybody hung out with me at TwitchCon, you know I avoid walking on these grates. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a fat thing that I'm just like afraid I'm gonna fall through them because I'm so fat or what, but like I literally avoid walking on top of these. This looks like it's gonna fall out from underneath me and I don't like this at all. I knew it! See, this is why I don't walk on those GD grates. Well, now what do I do? I knew it. What's up? How do I say your name? Sexy, waxy, faxy? Oh, wait, that is super fun. Intuition. I wish I could move to parents' home. I love my parents, but it's like, I don't care, like, what relationship you have with your parents. It's always a strange time living with your parents, right? It was seeing chuds as a kid and being afraid of mutants. Oh, I've never seen that, but now I know not to. Also, hi, Lapis. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 I can see. Oh, I love that. Even mutually beneficial. When I left my abusive ex, what was it, like 4 years ago, when I left my abusive ex 4 years ago. I lived with my parents for almost a year. It was like 10 or 11 months I lived with them. What do I do? What do I do? Alright, this game sucks. What am I supposed to do? And, oh, I see. I hate this game. And, they did not make me pay rent. They were very, very sweet. I was very, very lucky. They did not make me pay rent. But, I just, like, you know, helped out whenever they needed it. But they really just kind of, like, gave me my space, you know? Hi, Slasher Buddy! Slasher Buddy, happy weekend! How are we feeling today? Do we hydrate? Oh, Irish Queen, see, that's like, what do you do at that point, you know? It's like, yeah. Ugh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I guess I don't need the wrench anymore. So I will take this, because I don't think I will be coming back to this area. So I think I will keep that for now. Thank you for the shout out for Slasher Buddy. We did get to raid Slasher Buddy last night while she was also playing Resident Evil Requiem. Another key, which I do not have. Oh, I have a key now. Asking you shall receive. What happens if I do this? I don't like it. I don't like it. Too scary. I'll do that later. Hello? Hello? I did almost wear my hello beanie today. I almost did, but it's Catterday, so it's like I didn't want to have too many things on my head. You know what I'm saying? Hello? I'm doing very well. It is day 3 of me having very... Oh. It is day 3 of me having very little to no head pain, so it's very exciting. How are you doing? Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. Oh, no way. What? Shut up. Shut up. Oh, you spoil a girl. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's... Thank you. A floor plate of the process area. Turning the valve hand wheel on the opposite side will drain the pool. Okay. Let's get the opposite side. I'm so hyped to play this game. Yay! You gently made him drop my controller last night, though. Sorry. Yes! Treats, I got you. I was gonna, wait for, any sort of, like, channel points and wait for them during the breaks. But I know you are on your work break right now, so I want to, get this for you while you're here. Come here. Come here. Alright, well, that's empty this bag. I'm gonna have to get another one when I go upstairs. Heat of the moment. I love when people have their sound alert or their like alerts, like stream alerts on, and then they get rated when they're playing a scary game. It's like, oh, Charles, Charlie, I used the last good one. You don't really like these as much. You don't like these as much. This one. You sit. You don't want this? I know. We ate the good one. You don't like these. Charlie, want a treat? Charlie, want a treat? Alright, well, Boo's gonna eat it if you're not gonna eat it. Alright, well, I guess we'll save it for the next treat. You sure you don't want the treat? You sure you don't want the treat? Such a baby. And then I suddenly hear baby no money. That's very funny. That is very funny. Joint plug. It is dangerous to enter the tank after drainage. Follow fall protection guidelines when crossing. Oh, so I'm supposed to swim. Is that what it's telling me?
Oh, somewhere deep inside
Someone's fucking man. Kyle! You know what? As I laughed, I got a little bit of a headache. Let me drink something really quickly. You know what? I didn't take the goodie powder before I went live today. Damn. Excuse me? Slasher Buddy, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies to Nathaniel Prince, Joker85, Kick Knox, who just rated us earlier, CL Franklin, and King Namin. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. And I did 2% in my cold brew instead of oat. What does that mean? Oh, you do not have to do that, Slasher. Me rating you is just because I love you. Get shit on. Oh, Slasher Bunny, what color pussy would you like? A pink, a salmon, an orange, a yellow, a green, a blue, a light blue, or a purple? No, I love you. I still have to do a shot of Kraken too. Also, I took a shot of vodka for you yesterday because I know you like the vodka. Slasher, if I do take a shot for you, because I'm not sure how many shots I'm gonna take today, but if I do take a shot, what would you like me to take a shot of? I have rum, vodka, Pink Whitney, whiskey, Malort, and that Biggie Balls one. And let me know what color pussycat you like. Biggie Balls, slay. I like that because that's the least alcohol content that I have. And then, like, a yellow. Yes, I love it. 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 Alright. Slasher. Money. Inside my shell, I wait and wait. I felt the air as something in your nose. You know what? I just realized. I wonder what my captions sound when I do that. When I like say words weird like that. I wonder what my captions do. Now I'm like, ever since Spade sent a screenshot of what my captions look like, I'm like super self-conscious about like what my captions say. These derp cats are my favorite thing that I've ever done. They give me so much happiness. You're hanging out right next to Kyle and right underneath Mad Eye. All right, let's do our shot of Kraken. I do. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 open bottles, which is Malort, rum, vodka. Well, I guess actually that one's closed. So I have Malort, rum, vodka, whiskey, Pink Whitney, and the Biggie Bulls. And then I have 3 filled bottles, which is just a surplus. A lot of liquor for someone who doesn't drink liquor. What do we say? Kraken. No, big bottle. I could, like, this is almost as big as my... This is also my highest alcohol content thing I have, which is why Kyle loves to redeem it, because he's a naughty boy. Naughty. So that's why I was like, we'll see if I do another shot after this. Yes, I do. How do I keep dripping liquor everywhere? All right. Oh, listen, do your thing, Chicken Wing. I hope you have a great day at work, Irish Queen. Thank you so much for stopping by during your work day. I hope you have a great rest of your work day. Everybody say, bye, Irish Queen! I have a brand. You, honestly, you are anything, if you are any, you're consistent. Kyle! Stop! I haven't even had my shot yet. Ugh. It smells good, but I know it hurts my tummy. Yummy! Water! Oh, God, but that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Reminder, if you guys like this shirt or if you guys want a sweater, it is on sale on the Gene Field website. And if you use code KITTEN, it's double % off because it's 30% off the sale price. So I can't go down that yet. Wow, I have all this room for activities. Look at that. Can I jump down here? So I have to have it drained? Didn't it not say that I can't have it drained? I can't save all of my mana. Yeah, I know, because it's been so long since we've done D&D, you know? Wait, so I'm so confused. Oh, I know what we need to do. Alright. We need to backtrack. I see. Because now we need to go do, the forklift in that one other place. Alright. That's alright. Oh, what's this? Ah! Ah! I hate this game. 3 for saying, oh, you know what? I was going to do a counter, but I forgot because I took a stupid nap. Oh my god, the water looks yummy. Does it? Does it? Does it? Where do I go? Infected blood joint plug. Okay, so that's that. I need to go here. So I need to go left. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Ah! Shit. Oh, that was easy. That was suspiciously easy. I do know she comes through here. What? Okay. Yep. I knew it. All right. We're gonna play the ad now because the ad's about to start. So I'm gonna pause this now, and then we'll play the ad. We'll come back after the ad's done. So ad now. No ads during game. Jesus. I'm like, I love this game, but these jump scares, and I feel like, I really do feel like they're it's not like they're like obvious, but I feel like I should be able to, I don't know, anticipate them better than I am, and I'm just not anticipating them as well as I should have, or I should be. Stupid. This game's stupid. I was like, what is this? And I forgot there was a dog treat on my desk for Charles when he comes back downstairs. Can I just say a huge thank you for all the fucking subs today? What the fuck? What the fuck? We are almost doubled, or we're 1.5% of our sub goal this week, which is insane. Thank you guys so much. It is the end of the month, so every little bit helps, but also you guys don't have to do anything. Literally, you guys, even you guys just being here, just lurking, not saying a word, not even following, really means the world to me. You're really? Maybe it's the bevs, Panda. Maybe it's the bevs that's like making me like relax, because drinking does relax me a lot. It really does, because I'm a very uptight person. Right, Rack dude? My brother would know. A very uptight person. I'm a very flinchy, reactive person. But when I drink or when I get high, I definitely relax a little bit more. I'm a screamer. Ladies. All right, that is done. Welcome back. I almost accidentally played another ad. How embarrassing. I need a drink to really be comfortable with karaoke. You know what? Yeah, I would do it. That's probably why they do karaoke's in bars, eh? What's up, Jinx? It's I, Jinxie Zombie. Grr. I'm sorry to hear that you're a zombie. Hi, Jinx. She needs to stop. Is it? Ugh. Mystic. Thank you for the 4 kiss. Where is she, the big bitch? Oh, there she is. Ah! I thought she was right there! When did you get there? Does this go around? This does not go around. Okay. To be fair, I could have swore I saw her right there, you know? But she was right there. Alright, you know what? I got scared, alright? Oh, thank you, Auto Aim, for letting me know where she is. Yo, Tiku, thank you so much! Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hoy, Jinx. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I think she's not scripted to go past this wall. Why am I wrong? Every single time. Every single time I'm wrong. Every single time I'm wrong. She wants me so bad. You sound like an anime character, friend. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? You know what's funny? Tikuverse is that I've heard things like that before. That have like an anime character voice. I'm in danger. She was in there earlier, Jinx, so that's why I closed it. It's a good thing? Oh, I think yeah. Take this herb actually while I'm here. She's cleaner than my ex, and that's saying a lot. Yeesh. Okay, there was something over here, by the way. Right? There was. What is this? Ooh! We're fine. We are fine. You're streaking 69? Eh? You're no way. Alright, you need to go further than that, my friend. This might be when I die, chat. But you know what? I'm willing to risk it. Ah, shit! Let me in! I'm doing great, Tikuverse. How are you doing? Why did I always bite my neck? Because I'm into it. Also, Jinx! Jinx, thank you very much for the 3 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Holy. Aw, you're so sweet, Tikuverse. Aw, thank you. Oh, am I supposed to, like, get in here? Ah! 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 Such a bitch. That was weird. Every space that I could possibly go into has a zombie. Oh, here. I'll go here. And hopefully Mr. Grabby won't grab me. Oh. Ah! Okay, I'm understanding. I didn't see that there was a wall there. My bad. I just assumed. I made an ass out of you and me. All right, chill. All right. Oh, I put all my lockpicks away. Fuck. Oh, I've never made like an anime or I've never made a voice reel or anything before. I wish I wasn't lazy, but I am. You're supposed to be dead. Any Yzma fans? Oh, here we go. Don't touch me. Hey, don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. All right, we're gonna go in through here. Ah! Shit nipples. What's this? Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. I guess. Oh, okay. I see. I understand. Ah! You gotta stop it! Alright, I hate this game. I really, really hate this game. Alright, and by hate this game, I mean it's great, right? But it's just, it's very scary. You're supposed to be dead. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, Mr. Zombie. Don't touch me. Wah! Oh my. Who the fuck? That was very funny. Ah! That was really funny. You even got Raven out of her leg. That was very, very funny. Oh my god. I'll put them in a box. I'll put that box. No, not a box. And I'll make that box in myself. And then when it arrives, I'll smash it with a hammer. Oh my god. What's up, Jem? Oh my god, Jem. You keep me young and virile, submissive, and breedable. Ooh, this is a good place to go into. Because the zombie's gone. Right? Surely one won't drop while I'm in this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please don't drop. Please don't fall. Oh my god. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Oh. Look. How is the water not rising with all that? Shut up. A save point? Oh, that means something bad's about to happen. Oh, no. Can you not kill Hansy McGee over there? I don't know, man. I don't want to waste my bullets. At least they, to be fair, I do appreciate that they were not hurting me as we did that. Oh, the lever, Crunk! Wrong lever! Water, shut up! So is there not going to be like a bunch of bodies down there, or? Where's Leon with the holy hand grenade? Because I really... Shut the fuck up. Would you really, Tickleverse? Well, that's good to know. I would like to. I actually, so, fun fact, I have on my to-do list, my ever-growing to-do list that I don't work on, is to make a, what's it called? Like a reel, for auditioning, but I just haven't done it yet. Alright, so there's something there. I just know one of these French toast sticks people are gonna get up. I'm gonna be mad.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Okay.
Processing. Shit, no! No!
Wait, can I just get up on that ladder? I don't get it. Yeah, this is gonna be a forever thing, isn't it? Ah! Oh, I'm supposed to do that? Oh, well. I thought I was supposed to get on the ladder. I thought I was supposed to get on the ladder. Stay away from the meat grinder. Meat grinder is what I call my pussy. I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry.
Fluid drainage.
That's what I was thinking, but there's no, like, obvious place. So I think I actually just have to, I think I have to get the body stuck because
Shit, no.
it said push the bodies into the meat grinder, which makes me think I need to just keep pushing bodies into the meat grinder. I think that's what I need to do. Post. Don't be scared. Post the clip. No backseating! No, Mystic. No, no, no. This is your last warning. We warned you yesterday. No backseating. Oh my god, I almost fell into it. Okay, we need to go, we need to go, we need to go. Can we get exclamation point spoilers in chat, por favor? So people can know, like, what is and isn't a spoiler slash backseating. Por favor. Shit. Oh, the auto aim! Auto aim your ass. Well, I'm not getting the knife back. Hello? Knife? Alright, I'm gonna kill myself. In game, obviously. Look at all them get sucked in there! Auto aim! Please! Did it just say help me? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I am supposed to stay here. Okay.
Processing complete.
So I am supposed to stay here.
Stopped. Finally stopped.
Want to make zombie burgers? Probably. I wouldn't mind getting pushed into Pixel's meat grinder. Hey, yo, ladies! Alright. Am I hurt? I'm fine. Okay. I like that list, the spoilers list. I'm pretty sure Aya Zero had made that. Now we know why there was a save. And I'm very, very grateful for that save. Yeah, I will reiterate that things that are spoilers include, but are not limited to, oh, you're gonna love this, just you wait. Oh, you're gonna love this person, or you're gonna hate this person. Oh, you're at this part. Those all count as spoilers. Just as a heads up. Let me play organically! No, I've never watched that, and I don't think I ever will. That sounds scary. Oh, Panda, thanks. I am so grateful. I am so, so grateful for that. I posted your fart. Posted your fart in the Discord. Thanks, guys. Also, I'm not trying to be like a bitch or anything. I'm just trying to like, just let you guys know. Like, as a heads up. Oh, I fell! Oh.
Oh, I got in my mouth.
Grace is the most relatable relatable player in any horror game I've ever played. Oh my god. Welcome to Leon's Soylent Burgers. Try our Soylent. What's a Soylent? You said Soylent like 5 times. What's a Soylent? Let me play with Leon. Orgasmically. Any more jump scares? Nah, I've never been scared ever. Shinobi, you know me. I've never been scared ever. These were just dry cleaned. Sure, I see big lever. I press big lever. Oh, God. I just don't get scared. I'm just so brave. I'm just so brave, guys. A lot of blood flowed out. Okay, thank you. Wrong lever! Alright, well there's so much blood in here, but I don't need any of this blood, so that's unfortunate. My mouth was open and everything when you played that, alright? Nothing's gonna harm me. I'm so fucking brave. Nothing's gonna harm me, no sir. I'm so fucking brave. Fuck! In front. Do not talk about sushi in front of me unless you're putting it into my mouth. Into my big fat gullet, alright? Alright. It's people! Oh, I still need a bottle containing flammable liquid. Upon impact, will engulf the surrounding area in flames. That's tempting. Oh. Wait, why do I only have one? Shouldn't I have two? Where to put my other one? One is in... No. 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 Shit. 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 Okay, one is in here. Oh, and one's right there. Okay. Okay. What's there? What's this? Oh, an empty injector. What's in here? Reminds me I have sweets to go with my can of Monster. What kind of sweets do you have? Or a 16. Oh, you talking about inventory? I did get a new inventory, or more inventory. I'll put something in your mouth. Whoa! That has amazing sushi boat my friends all love. I don't eat sushi. Is a sushi boat just like a big thing of sushi? Like a big sushi platter? Also, Fire King! Mwah. Dweeb. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. Sorry I missed that, guys. I don't know how to read. Okay. Oh, okay. What was this? Makeshift knife? That's fine. I think I saw that one. Okay. It's an actual boat. A little boat. Okay, I think I've seen that on TikTok before. Okay. Shh. You should not have shown me that, because now I want that in and around my mouth right now. Why? 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 Where? Whoa. Nothing's gonna harm me. I'm so fucking brave. Nothing's gonna harm me. No, sir. I'm so fucking brave. I want to see the disappointment in her face. Oh, poops. Oh, man. Alright, now where do I go with this? Bunk room. Was it this? Was it this where I go to? The power distributor? Or was it here? Maybe it was here, the power distributor? She got you there? Scared the fuck out of me, man. Simple lock. You know what? I don't even want to go back in there. I could do it. I could. You know what? I think I'm going to. I'm a selfish, greedy little girl. I did get 2 more inventory slots. Oh. 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 Yeah. Just take the one. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I never said I was a smart man. I have all three now, yeah. I have all three. You're still in here? Oh, I know. I think she left. Yeah, that sounded like her leaving. Perfect. Because then I could do this. And then I can do this. Oh my god. Please, scraps or metal. Perfect. Thank you. Nice! What's up, Capricorn? Capricorn, mwah, nigga with a forehead, kissy. This is the kind of greed they talk about in the Bible. Nah, it's worth it, because look. I can make Requiem ammo! Yeah, sure. And now I'll have 1 bullet. Or no, 2 bullets, right? Yeah, I'll have 2 bullets with the Requiem. Which I think is gonna come handy. Because we have a giant boy in that room now. Pixel manifesting over here. Listen. Oh! Hi, Fancy! Bye, Fancy. Fancy, thank you so much for lurking. I really appreciate you! Everyone go tell Fancy, man, how tall and talented and handsome he is. Emphasis on handsome. I looked at that and I was like, who is that? And then I had to look at your profile picture to see that. Can I eat the bullets? Me first! In handsome, Loki. Handsome. What was I about to do? Okay, so I have 2 bullets. Can I store? And can I combine? No, I can't. Okay. Oop, wrong button. Hold on. Alright, let's just put that in there for now. Bloop. Bloop. Oh. What? Oh. Damn, Joker! Thank you for the forehead, kissy. I hope you're doing so good. Obviously. Oh, I do have it. Oh, okay. Oh. Equip. What's up, Peanut Kitty? Peanut Kitty. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, kissy. There we go. Now we have those big, beautiful bullets. Okay, so now we need that, and we need that. Okay, so let's... Gun, Molotov. Let's just drop those off. Health. Yeah, I think we'll keep that. I was big and beautiful? Wait, what do you mean? And where else did I want to go? Favorite Pokemon check! Happy belated Pokemon Day, everybody. My favorite Pokemon is Clefable. What is everyone's favorite Pokemon? Or Pokemons? I never found the safe code. Arcanine's a good one. Gengar's a good one. Never played the games, though. Oh. They're fun. The movies are really good, too. Espeon, Mew, Jigglypuff, Batman. That is an interesting Pokemon. Umbreon, Boba. YVZ! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, kissy! Oh, I can't get that yet because the doors aren't open, but I'm sure if I do that, the doors will open. Lopunny. Lopunny is so cute, though. Oh, I just realized I have the Requiem equipped. I do not. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Fine. I need my bullets! Holy. I should take a sippy of the Molotov. Whoa. Hi, YBZ. YBZ, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Did you know that? Empty injector. You know what? I will take this. A terrible and treats? Okay. Let's make some steroids. And then... Cool. Max health increased. Okay. An ad is about to play, so this is a good time for us to take that break anyway. You know what, Dankos? I've never had a Molotov cocktail, but you know what? That's actually... Hold on. I'm gonna write this down because I see my brother tomorrow. And he's in chat, but he's not listening. Molotov cocktail. I'm gonna see what my brother would think. Like what a Malort cock. What that would be, because that sounds very fascinating. Eevee, Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Snorlax. Literally know you. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. That was a lot from little spot. Could have been more. More cock. I have never stopped talking about cock in my life. Okay, YBZ, say that to me one more time. Say it to me one more time. Do you guys love those emotes? Do you guys love those emotes? You guys should go follow and subscribe to YBZ. Also, is Mooncourt still doing his subathon? Does anyone know? Alright. Oh, and I'll do, oh, here. I'll get this, give this to the boo. Good boy. So cute. Oh, I'm gonna throw on me, so cute. Well, thank you for existing, YBZ. Most importantly. Imelda, I'll know you. It's fine. I love it. Oh no, I'm the butt of a joke. I'm a butt. The shots are definitely getting to me, chat. They ended? That's gay. I'm joking. The Page of Swords? I don't think I've pulled this card. This is the time for innovation. As the swords relate to communication, this would be a great time to write a blog, a book, or start a podcast. This is also a great time to share ideas with colleagues or those close to you. You know what? Actually, I think we have pulled this card before. Because I remember targeting Rootsy on her book. Listen, I just want my friends to succeed, okay? Also, look at how cute this Page of Swords art is. That's so cute. Exclamation point tarot if you guys want to save money on these tarot decks, because now we have a coupon code. Yippee! So that's very cool. Thank you very much for the tarot pull. Communication, creativity, so on and so forth. A hiccup, sorry. Or I burped. I don't know. One of the things happened in my body. Thank you, Loki. While we play an ad, I'm gonna go pee because I've been drinking a lot. Target Lady Voice? I don't know that one. Oh, also, if anyone's experiencing any lag, because we did have our stream shut off for a moment, so there's that. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run an ad. Be right back. Go stretch. Okay, go eat. Go pee. Go poo. I'll see you guys in a minute and 30 seconds. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here, on the right. No pellet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this. Shot my finger. I forgot I gotta do my Duolingo. I don't want to lose my streak. Oh, I just closed it. I just closed it. All right, there it is. Ready for hard mode. I'm streaming. Chill on it. Streak saved. Let's go. Who's streak good? Tis me. I had to do my Duolingo streak. I was doing that when I was peeing. What's up, D Mac Irish? Mooncourt! Mooncourt, I was talking about you! Mooncourt, I hope you're doing so good. How was your stream? How was your subathon? Yeah. Oh, also, Moon, I had... oh, thank you! Thank you. You know what? It only took like 5 times of you correcting me, Irish. Thank you so much for shouting out Mooncourts. Mooncourts, I was also thinking about you yesterday because there... No spoilers, but there was a collectible that I needed for a key for this game, and it's literally called a Mooncourts. And I get it, and I'm just like... And it's literally called Mooncourts. I'm just like, what the fuck? Yeah! So, you're canonically in Resident Evil Requiem. Also, oh my god, step bro. Mwah, thank you for the 4 I can see. Oh, Jem! Jem, I never did your hug, marry, kiss. Hug, marry, kiss. Leon Kennedy, and Leon Kennedy. So let's do Leon Kennedy, what? Resident Evil 4, Leon Kennedy, Resident Evil 5, or is he in 5? He's in 5, right? Well, he's in 6. Resident Evil 4 Leon, Resident Evil 6 Leon, and Resident Evil Requiem Leon. I'll hug Resident Evil 6 Leon. I'll kiss Resident Evil 4 Leon. And I'll marry Resident Evil 9 Leon. Because it's the beard, he's older, you know, it's so hot. I know that's not what you asked, but that's how I interpreted it. Yeah! You forgot, and also Leon S. Kennedy. He's very yummy. Very, very yummy. I hope I caught up on everything. We did the tarot pull, we did the treat. Okay, cool, yeah. I'll take both of them, actually. Poison from Street Fighter? Oh my god, you know what? I had a dream. I had a dream that one day I was going to cosplay her. I never did. You know what? I kind of want to go and open this. Did I ever open this door? I don't remember. Why is everyone grunting at me? Did I open this door? Mystic, yes. Oh, I did. Okay. You can give that back. You can give that back. You can give that back. You should cosplay Poison. There was once upon a time I really wanted to. Ugh. I had like the perfect little booty thong shorts that she has. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh.
It's me! It's me! It's Grace! It's Grace!
You don't sneak up on a blind person like that. Especially one that just got kidnapped. Oh my god. Wait, where's the elevator? Oh.
Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud?
Because you have super hearing, because you're blind. Okay. I should have killed that guy. I realized.
Just don't let
I
go.
realized I should have killed that guy. That's alright. That's future Pixel's problem.
Come on. It's just putting you down.
Oh, you just chucked the child on the floor. Now what? What? Oh.
Why won't they close?
I'm very brave.
Stay away!
Alright, I'm so brave. 700 streak! Oh my god, Loki, I didn't even think about that. A banana.
Grace? Are you hurt? I'm okay.
I'm so brave. Hi, K9! Bye, K9. K9, I hope you have a great weekend. Mooncourt, thank you so much for the stream streak. I really appreciate you. What's up, DJ Willie Show? Happy weekend. Oh, that is a nice watch.
What's going on?
Please grab the child. What do you mean? What did I just go grab by? Oh, the child has the box. Thank God. Oh, Grace, you're not making it. Oh. You gotta stop getting grabbed by that. That is a good grip she's got on her, too. And I thought she was slow before. Wait. Are you kidding me? Grace, you can't do this to me. I thought we just lost her foot like Wilzig in Fallout. Oh my god. I was like, she was so slow before. She's gonna be so slow now. I hate this game. Oh my god. What's up, Tiny Tiger? Oh my god. That got me good. That got me. I thought for sure she got her foot. I was like, how are we gonna play as Grace now, you know?
Here,
Can you please give that
kept
to
this
me?
safe for you.
Can you please give it to me so we can leave? Oh my god. Yeah, I played RE7 2 or 3 times. All right, you know what? The child is starting to warm up on me, to me. I'm starting to like the child a little bit, but the thing is, that's lulling me to a false sense of security. This child's gonna turn into something. Because I don't like children, and I'm starting to like this child. So that's when I know this game's gonna fuck me.
Let's go.
I think the other thing was the other kid. Oh, 100%. 100%. Oh, there's the star quartz. Not to be confused with the moon quartz. Okay, so we're back here. Oh, shut up. Wait, can I collect this? Oh! It's still a little warm. I have it!
Hey, Emily.
Okay. Was there anything I wanted to get? Oh. Okay.
Do you maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe here.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna put you in here for now. If you don't mind, child. Please tell me.
Good.
Yes! And that you can get your foot cut off by Jack in the first part where you wander around in the kitchen. Can you really? I did not know that. Oh, wait. I need to go get my... thing. The magic of healing potions. Oh, really, DJ? Were you having fun? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna put the star thing in the door. But I'm not gonna leave yet. And I'm hoping that... I'm gonna save because I'm hoping that... me putting this in the door is not gonna end the game for me. Or, put me forward. I just want to get rid of the inventory slot. Not the foot. Thank you so much for clipping that. You're so hot and tall and talented. I did post Remy's clip on Twitter, by the way, from yesterday. No cutscene, 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 no cutscene. Okay. I'm not going in that yet. I would like... I was so, like, agog and aghast. Oh! That's where I need the key. Okay, do I need any other... Clearance 3? No, okay. Well then, okay. Well, I think as soon as I use it here, it should be done, right? I wonder if there's anything in there. I need to do a full solo play of RE7 and then play through RE8. Wait, you could do it multiplayer 7? There it is, okay. Okay, there's nothing to see with that. Oh, is there more to see? There's a collectible in here, I hear that. Okay, I'm not trying to be weird, but like, I'm just trying to investigate everything. I'm not trying to like look up the doll skirt. Alright. Where's the collectible? Oh, there he is. I guess that was probably the only thing in here, eh? And now I don't need the bracelet anymore. I don't think we'll be coming back here. So I just want to get as much as I can done in here. That's my cat, by the way. I want to get more blood. So... we'll go through here. He's so doggy. You want to encourage this behavior, Damdoka? You want to encourage this naughty behavior? Oh, you dropped it, stupid. Yes. Oh! Gotcha, Jinx! That's cool. I like that. Up, up. Good doggy. Good doggy! What's up, Adri? Adri, happy weekend! Oh, is it good doggy? Good doggy. Why is there fur everywhere? Look at this. Look at this huge thing of fur. Just swept. I sweep every single day. Did you guys know that? Every single day. So I don't know where this like little tufts of fur come from. There's more. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Can you say, thanks for all the treats, guys. Really grateful for all the treats. He says, thanks for all the treats, guys. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Out here out to not wake up to cat treats he likes to steal. He's so cute. He's a little blueberry. Hi, fat man. He's very fat, man. He's very fat. He's very fat. He's cute. Almost as cute as you guys are. Alright, let's get some blood. Let's get some blood. And then we'll grab what's-her-face and we'll leave. Hold down Alt to access the controls. Who are you talking to? Me? Alright. I wonder if we'll run into anybody. More blood. Give me the blood. I'm gonna get that transfusion bag. Stab you in the butt. And grab that herb, I think, too. No! 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 No. 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 Fuck. It's fine. I'll still grab that herb. Alright. Yo, shout out to the mods, VIPs. Thank you to everybody in chat. We love everybody in this chat, truly. I'm very grateful for everyone for being here. I'm gonna shoot you, actually. Oh, whoa. Hunting knife. Thank you. Aha! Even me, especially you. Why be stinky? You're always stinky. Hi, Copac Coffee. If you have a control deck, you could do more. What are you talking about, Willie? Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone else? Alright, well, I guess that's all I can get then. I mean, I could go over here and get the blood, but do I care enough to get the blood? Maybe. Oh, I love it, Adri. Oh, I love it. What are you doing, you little shit? I love it. Oh, let's combine these, actually. Yes, sir. Wait, I could have made a med injector. Poop! Poop! Bye? Who's leaving? Did my stream shut off again? Do I want to get this extra blood? I don't know if I'll need the blood. I'm not gonna do it. Okay. I'm nervous now because the stream shut off and I had no idea until my mod started typing refresh in the chat and was like, what do you mean refresh? What do you mean? No problems? Alright, good. Also, hi Nova. Jasper, can you stop being a bad boy for 10 minutes? It is really nice traversing this map without having, you know, big girl or big baby chasing me. It's quite refreshing, actually. Right. We save. Let's make sure I don't need anything else. Cat girl. Cat girl. I got you, DJ. I got you. Jasper, stop being bad. I think I will take these lockpicks, though. Maybe? Okay, hold on. How do I make scrap? Oh, that's fine. Okay, well now I will do that. Yes. I feel good about that. Alright, so I only have one lockpick? Alright, and now I have, like, no blood. Okay. I'll save again, because I just did that. Emily, come with me. Come, child. Oh, poor baby. I'm starting to have empathetic connections with this child. Oh, pronoun check! Oh my god, cold back coffee, I didn't even realize. Pronoun check. My pronouns are she, they. Thank you very much for asking. Guys, feel free to share your pronouns in chat. Especially if y'all don't have your, the Alejo, pronouns. Okay. He, they, he, him.
Emily? Are you alright? Emily?
I don't know. I wonder if she can even leave the facility.
Let's just. We need to keep moving, okay?
She, her, they,
Emily?
he, they. Okay. Oh, Emily. Something's gonna happen to this child. I'm gonna be really upset. I'm purposely going the wrong ways first because I want to see if there's anything I'm missing. Even though, to be fair, from my experience, most of these, like, the later, like, 4 on, I'd say, are, like, a lot of these Resident Evil games are really linear. And really the most things that you'll miss are, like, collectibles or readables and things like that. But for the most part, it is pretty linear. So you really aren't going to miss it much. I don't want to trigger a cutscene if I go in there. I want to go into this building. Shut up.
Stay right there.
It's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Grace, no, but her mom has. Her mom's been in
Things still
2
running
other games. 1
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about
visually, 1 by
tired.
reading.
me. That your kid?
Yes.
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key.
My bastard boss. I got you, Dane does.
You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd
Why
go
can't...
myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Yeah, which is why
Look,
she's a
Wendy,
little
we're out
nervous.
of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now? It's not safe.
Hey,
I don't know if I trust him.
I'll protect her. If you get the key,
Leave Emily with him?
I'll keep you
I don't
safe.
know. I think he'll kill her if he finds out that she's an experiment. People are afraid of what they don't understand or don't, like, know or aware of.
Come on. I got you.
Yeah.
Ready?
Especially with her being blind, too. He'll even have the extra fear.
No.
Also, my stream is like lagging a little bit. I'm so sorry. It'll stop when the cutscene's over.
Oh, I'm Grace, by the way.
This is Emily.
This is Emily.
There you go. Thank you.
Harry,
Thank you, Harry.
no problem.
Harry, please don't die because now I feel like a connection towards you. He's gonna die. He's gonna die either by us killing him because he's gonna hurt Emily or because he'll die like in some horrible way. Alright, can I make anything? Scrap. No, I like my knife. Alright. Visitor record, September 14th, 2026. Time in, 5:10 p.m. Time out, 6:35 p.m. Name, Z. Purpose, project review with Victor Gideon. Notes, excuse me. Patient status, preliminary research, and findings. Sunny! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Him okay, with dying. Emily must be protected. Yeah, at first, my knee-jerk reaction was like, ew, a child. And now I'm, that's my child. Like, I feel... Are you kidding me? I just spent all that time organizing my... that's fine. I feel... What's the word? Like, parental, like... I feel protective over this child now. Which sucks. Sucks. I'm gonna protect this child.
Just let it be in here.
Some really strong glass. Oh! We've been seeing zombies walking around with those. The time. Okay, that's awesome. Is the sand moving? Oh. Hello? Huh? Okay, this is my hourglass now. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Fun pixel lore. I actually have a weird fascination with hourglasses. I used to collect them. I haven't for a while. Your presentation was note regarding research results. Your presentation was quite impressive. While we were pleased to hear what the experiment that the experiment has progressed to phase 4, it is far from the results we expect. It has been more than 20 years since the establishment of the care center. We require clear results. As an added precaution, we have requested the blockade be extended to 2040. It is imperative we obtain LPIS before that deadline. Hi, Zombie! Oh, thank you, Zombie. Happy Catterday. I hope you enjoyed playing Requiem today. Thank you for the forehead, QC. I love hourglasses. They're so dope. Also, an ad is about to play, so let's take a little break right now. You did? I'm so glad. I'm so glad! Yeah, we're gonna take a little bit of a minute and a half break while we wait for the ads to play so no one misses out on any content. And I'll take the shot for Slasher Bunny's gifted subs too. And the last one.
Wahoo.
No way! Yo, Zombie! Zombie, thank you so much for the 5 months! Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad preview, and your sub badge. Oh, thank you, Loki. I actually just remembered to reactivate that today. I forgot that I had stretch turned off because... Oh, here, let me do the ad now. Ad now, so no edit game. I forgot that I turned stretch off because of when I had, like, my migraine. I really didn't want to, like, get up and sit down and things like that because of my head. Also, I did not work out today. I was a bad person. I didn't work out today, so I'm going to have to do it after stream. Because I don't want to miss my streak. Today will be 166 days in a row. 166 days in a row of working out. Which is crazy. Thank you so much to Stretch. I'm in the dog cam, aren't I? Crouch cam! Good stretch. That's like at least a week. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shot glass is getting really sticky. So proud of you. Thank you. I can't believe it, because after I do today's workout, it'll be like, what, 6 days left? Before I finish this hobbit walking challenge I created for myself. Oh, aren't I supposed to, like, shake this up or something? And I can't believe I committed to this. Especially since for like, the first 2 months, I was still walking on, like, my dislocated toes. And that was not fun. Ooh, that was a lot. That's fine. Has Gollum attacked you yet? Not yet. Buzzballs? Yes, sir! Slasher Bunny gifted 5 subs and requested... Hold on! Oh, I'll wait. A request I do a biggie ball shot for her. Yes, sure. Also, while we wait, if you guys like my shirt, or if you guys like the G Fuel Ghostface hoodies, they are back in stock for a limited time. And if you guys click on the pinned comment, you guys can go to the discounted section where they're on sale, back in stock, on sale, and use code KITTEN for an additional 30% off. So, very, very cool. Oh, and also the Ghostface shakers are back in stock. But last I checked, the stainless steel shakers were already sold out. And the collector's box for the 2.0 was back in stock too. I'm sad I'm missing Slasher while I was having a very responsible adult boo. I think she's streaming either right now or tonight. Or we talked about last night. Because we did raid Slasher last night too. True love won't desert you. Oh, in chat. Gotcha. So we're our separate ways. AJ! Thank you for forehead, QC. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. What do you want? Oh, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Muffin. Hi. Jasper, up. 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 Jasper, up. Up. Come on, up, all the way, all the way. No, don't. There's no treat in there, you freak. Meow. 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 Good doggy. Good doggy. Good doggy. Good. This cat is so funny because he just lets me do whatever I want to him. Oh, okay, bet! Bet. Shot acquired. All right, you ready? Cheers. L'chaim. Cheers. Salud! Sorry, just saw a big old cat hair on there. It's not bad because, like, what, 15% alcohol content? I just noticed your shirt. Yes! This is the one that I was just talking about that's on sale at G Fuel, Adrian. If you go to the, these were a Valentine's collab that they did either in 2025 or 2024. I don't remember. And these are back in stock. Back in stock, so you guys can get them on sale and use code Kitten for 30% off. Also, how was the movie, Adrian? Straight bourbon? See, I had gay liqueur. I'm joking. Hi, Beth! Yo, Beth, welcome in, Raiders! You found your sound? Wait, what do you mean? What happened to your sound? Hi, Beth, how was your story? Welcome, Ian. You had alcohol ecto cooler. No, I truly did. I really did. It wasn't just green. It was, like, neon green. Bam! That was your stream! How was your Requiem? No spoilers. Oh, God. How do I... Okay, here's a question I could ask without spoiling. Did you finish it? I have not finished it. I'm still playing. I am in a Grace chapter. But I'm not going to say, like, where, because I don't want to spoil it for anybody. Marshmallow. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. It was, like, super neon green, wasn't it, though? How was your stream? Delaying to finish? Nah, I played an ad, and I'm yapping during the ad breaks. Haven't finished it yet? Okay. Well, we just played an ad, so you guys are good. No ads gonna play for the Raiders. But whenever the ads are playing, I just pause so that people can, I don't know, not miss any of the gameplay while the ads are playing. Also lets me catch up on chat and catch up in mustard on chat a little bit. But everybody go follow Beth! Beth, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I hope you're having so much fun playing. By the way, also I had to make sure I followed you. Oh my god. We yap with game breaks. No, that's true. I'm being very good though. I have been doing a lot of gaming. No, oh my god, Loki, you're absolutely perfect. So perfect. But we are playing Resident Evil Requiem. There's no like chapters. Okay, I could say this without spoiling. I've done Grace, Leon, Grace, Leon, Grace. So I'm on the third Grace, if that makes sense. But I don't know how far in the game I am. But if you guys need a rated run to avoid spoilers, get the heck out of here. Go get your post-stream self-care. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please go take care of yourselves. I'm going to play a little raid share for you guys really quickly, and then I'll be right back, and we'll resume Resident Evil Requiem. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? But seriously, thank you so much for the raid. We are gonna get back to the game though. It's my favorite trailer. That was like really high pitched. Oh my god. Gazelles on the savannah, I heard that. We're gonna get back to the game. Thank you so much for the raids, the follows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the kissies, and also, more importantly, thank you very much, my mods, for everything you guys do in stream and off stream. Did I read this? I did just read this. Okay. Oh, what's in your garbage? You can learn a lot about someone. What's in their garbage, huh? Huh? Crumple up pieces of paper? You mean you don't participate with recycling? That's interesting. I'm learning a lot. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? It's not like, okay. Nom. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. Publications about medicine. Okay, and that's interesting. Why? Okay. What? Alright, so I have this hourglass for whatever reason. Oh, here we go. Jesus. Oh, okay. Well, now that makes sense. Because it looks like a DNA. Can't use this here. What do you mean can't use this here? Need a hand? Oh. Do I need a screwdriver or something? I need a screwdriver. Interesting. Interesting. Where does one find a screwdriver? Okay, I guess I just need to look around some more. Oh, here. I would like some of this. Please and thank you. Oh! Oh, I did not realize it was a puzzle. Oh! Oh! I don't know why I thought the DNA thing went in there then. Or the hourglass went in there. Oh! That is very cool. That is dope. That is dope. This is cool. That was neat. That was awesome. Okay, but what do I do with this? Door there. Is there any other doors? Nope. Oh my god. Okay. I love when we do this and then her little like how she does her little like catch the flashlight. I don't know. I love that. I don't know. This is very satisfying. Alright. G virus? T-virus? What are we looking at here? Alright, I'm gonna put the hand away, right? I just put this away. Yeah? I don't think I need that right now. It's a trinket. Box for my trinkets. Alright. Check this door first. Alright, I'll go fuck myself. I guess we're going down. It's a lot of work for, a key. Disposal tank for emergency use only. I'd like to think of an emergency. Emergency. Paging Dr. B. going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move. Surely none of these things are gonna come out of these tanks, right? Surely none of these things are gonna come out of their tanks, right? That's 3 of those so far. 4. There's so many of those. This looks like a boss fight. Does this not scream boss area where I'm gonna have to use these to hurt the boss? No, this screams boss area. And if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be so mad. The T virus. T for trans, head over. Well, it's either T or G virus, right? Isn't the G virus still a thing? Or mold? 100% a boss. Maybe not, might not be right now, but it will be a problem. Like, this is 100% a boss area. Something is being extracted. Okay. It's too heavy to open. Okay. Maybe the boss will come through that door. I wonder what the boss will be. A baby? Did we kill the baby? I don't remember. It's empty. What happened here? For emergency use only. Alright, well. This might be showing me what happens when you take this out. Alright, yeah. If you keep getting ammo and there's an autosave, yeah. And I think this is just showing me, like, what that is going to be able to do. And that, I'm going to call it the boss room. That's 100% a boss room. Okay, so there's a door there. Just trying to make sure I don't miss any, like, reading material or collectibles, you know? I'm also not very scared right now, which means something scary is about to happen. Grace Ashcroft Blood Analysis Report. Here are the results of the comprehensive blood analysis requested. The genetic information matches the specified data perfectly. STR analysis, match. SNP analysis, match. HLA type, match. mtDNA haplogroup, match. SLC24A5, match. CYP2D... Okay, match. Alright. Something, things I don't understand. Oh, collectible. Yes. Yes. Perfect. That's what happens when you use it and there's no emergency. Emergency. Oh, and this is like the thing that I was like strapped into. Oh. Helicopter key. An ignition key for the helicopter, a bit tarnished in places.
Found you.
Return to the helicopter. Were it so easy. Right, Master Chief? Were it so easy. Were it so easy. Were it so easy. Well, I suppose it's an arbiter line, right? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I'm gonna look at... There's gonna be a camera. I'm gonna see monster. Door locks activated. Press authorize to deactivate. The last ones on the paper are specific genes in the strand. Oh, really? I'm not sure which ones, but I do know that. I dropped out of college, so I don't remember any of that. I don't think I got that far.
Yes, Sino, that's correct.
That sounds like Victor.
All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed
The key.
the one that we've been searching for.
It's so weird seeing him using like an iPhone.
Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first, I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. done it. I've done it.
Of course! It would not be a Resident Evil game unless something was self-destructing. Are you fucking kidding me? What is with Capcom and setting this place to self-destruct all the time? I'm sorry, that is so funny. I don't see a countdown or anything, so I'm gonna take my time. I don't want to miss a chance, like, miss any, like, literature or something. You know? There we go. Oh, wait. Memory transfer. Oswald E. Spencer. Humanity suffers when the driving experience of our most exceptional leaders is lost. The ultimate way to preserve such greatness is to transfer those memories to a new vessel. Just as fruit flies have the potential to pass on certain memories to their offspring through their genes, so too can the memories of a human donor be passed on to a recipient. The question we now face is how to harness this incredible potential. The answer lies in the medium of memory, blood. Cells within the blood contain multitudes of information, including factors tied to memory. Thus, since the T-virus grants us control over factors within the blood, it can be hypothesized that harnessing those same elements will allow us to transfer memories from superior individuals. However, for such a procedure to succeed, the host must be able to withstand the toxicity of the mutated T-virus strain while preserving their own intelligence. Sourcing viable subjects will be the key to future research and testing. Well, I guess that answers to what Grace is. So this might be my last chance to have things in my inventory. I am going to do this. I'm going to... I don't have any blood! That's fine. I didn't want this anyway. I will put that back because I was going to grab this one. And then... Oh, I have another lockpick. Oh, I didn't mean to do that! Wait, what did I just grab? Whatever I grabbed, I don't want it. Oh, this, I don't want that. I'm gonna keep the hand though. Yes. Yes. Do you think I'll have to fight a boss? Because now I'm thinking I don't have to fight a boss. Now I'm thinking I don't have to fight a boss. Right?
Where's the room? What the hell?
Well, clearly he left without you, sweetheart. Oh, I love collateral damage! Yes, of course, Johnny! You are totally good. That variety came about when I was trying to introduce myself after a raid. I was like, oh, I'm a horror variety streamer, which is what my usual shtick was. But what came out was, oh, hello, I'm a variety streamer instead of horror variety. And one of my mods, War, said, wait a minute, that's very clever. And so we just kind of like made that our branding. So feel free. Wah! I do think that Molotov kind of helped. Super duper clever? Thanks, they have it by accident. I'm only clever when it's accidentally clever. I do need to do more. Okay. Can I, like, just take this? Oh, I can't. Perfect. It's a boon and a curse? Listen, I can't take any credit for it except for the fact that it just happened accidentally. Okay. So that wasn't exactly the boss that I was expecting, but it is something. I expected more.
Oh, shit.
I should have shut up. I should have not said anything. Sorry, I'm like trying to make sure I don't miss anything, because especially how loud it is right now, I could easily miss a collectible. Oh, that was convenient. That worked out. No! My spray stuff! I have 2 bullets with a Requiem and a dream. Okay, hold on. I have a moment to pause to make sure there's no Mr. Raccoons hiding anywhere. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Sorry. Grace, no sense of urgency, as always. 0 sense of urgency. Rats. Oh my god. Oh my butthole. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm screwed. Oh, I could go squeeze through here. Okay. Holy. I still ran faster carrying the girl. I guess holding Emily gave me that sense of urgency that You're joking. Oh my god, it's like I'm playing Halo all over again. Are you kidding me? Okay, that was only one. I really am not convinced I did not miss a collectible. I feel like I missed a collectible, and I'm very sad about it. I expected more famous last words. I did use my Requiem, though, and I'm sad. I don't think I needed to. Damn. That's alright.
I made it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Victor came out this way, no? Why are there so many of you? Why are there so many of you? Isn't there a save button here, or is it just the box that's here? It's just the box that's here. I still don't need anything. Okay. What is this river of blood? I'm mortified now. That's what mortifies you? Why does this keep happening? Story of my life. Truly. Truly.
You get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Reese, what's happening?
Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
I'm here.
She must smell whack.
It's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
This guy has no sense of urgency either.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on.
I thought Emily was like, no, I'm good here. I'll stay right here.
Strap in.
Oh man, that's funny. I'm getting like Dead Rising vibes right now,
What's it look like I'm
which is
doing?
Capcom, so it makes sense. Oh, poor baby.
No shit!
Thank you.
Hold tight, I'm taking off!
Harry. Why do they all have shit stains? Every single one of them has shit stains. Okay, Harry. They must have the grippiest grippers. Look at how grippy they are. Watch out, Harry! Girl, you have a gun. That thing's not getting back up. There's no way the thing's getting back up. What's up, Leaf? Do a barrel roll. Harry's not alive. Yep. Check Emily. She's not there.
Are you okay?
Oh. She's fine. She's fine. We knew we were gonna lose Harry. To be fair, we knew that we were gonna be losing Harry. Wait, hold on. Is this the loading scene that gives us Papa? Papa! I'm sorry.
Grace.
Daddy! Oh my god. Yeah, we know. We just saw that happen. Oh my god, this man. Whoa!
Hello, gorgeous.
Mr. Ware! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Is it safe? After this cutscene, we'll pause for an ad break. It's a mighty big rifle there. Oh, and then he has a big gun, too.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble.
Alright. We do have to pause for an ad. An ad is going to start playing. And so to make sure that nobody misses out on any of the gameplay, we're going to play an ad now. And then we'll see you guys in a minute and a half. My stream's getting really choppy. Well, it's not even like the stream, like not OBS, it's just catch up in mustard from the cutscene. I actually don't need a pee. Which is shocking. But now that you said it, now that it's put it in my mind, now my bladder is like, do you need a pee? But no, I don't think so. Mystical Pickle, do I need a pee?
Yes, 100 times yes!
I'm still not going to. I'm never going to do what a pickle tells me to do. Yes, 100 times yes! You can't make me. Mystical Pickle, are you aware of how much I hate you?
The truth will set you free. That would be no.
Well, now you know. Shout out to the Mr. Pickle that my brother stole for me. To be fair, he didn't really steal it. He did try to buy it, but the lady forgot to check him out for it. So he got it for free. Let's just say it was a gift. A gift for him that he got for me. What's up? Yup, yup! Yup, yup. Happy weekend. We are taking a little ad break right now, so we can play an ad, and then we'll get back into Resident Evil Requiem. Okay, why is the emote kind of cute, though, Mr. Ware? It's kind of cute. Oh, the ad's over! Why is a minute and a half goes by so quickly? Alright, ad's over. Back to Leon S. Kennedy. One day you'll embrace the pickle. I was just saying yesterday on stream, I was like, I so badly and desperately wish I liked pickles, because people lament about how they're such like a good like low calorie snack and how they help with like muscle cramps and things like that, and they're just so good for you or whatever, and they're just like a good snack, whatever. But I hate them. They're gross.
Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
Is she okay?
No, I've got it covered.
Okay, no. Aha! And you wanted me to not go this way. Holy rifle ammo, Batman. No collectibles, though. Oh. sorry, hold on. Oh, there's like a cat hair scratching my nose. Like stuck in my glasses. All right. Is that an axe? Yeah, he has like a Lara Croft like tomahawk axe. Okay. What? Did it not say? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, am I supposed to be shooting? Where is she? Zoom in. Where? Oh. Oh. Oh, is that a bomb? Sorry. Sorry, Grace. I really want to shoot that. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to shoot that giant red barrel that's next to her. Oh, I missed. Oh, she needs to get away from that barrel because I really, really want to shoot that. Alright, well, it's not letting me aim anywhere else, so I guess I have to shoot that. That aim is really, really wants me to shoot them. I really want to shoot that, though.
Must be time for the evening service.
Leon, you and your one-liners. The fact that she's doing, like, shoulder bashing his door while carrying Emily is insane. This is why I love bolt action. I do love snipers. Or, snipers like this. Auto aim is kind of insane, though. Am I supposed to be shooting somewhere else? Is there someone behind me that I should be worried about? Oh, I see you. Okay. Also, hi, Remy! Remy, mwah. Also, thank you very much for the 3 stream streak! Ooh, okay. No! Damn it! I'm trying to shoot this. Yes! Nice. Alright, that's all I wanted. Alright, Grace, you're on your own. You're on your own, kid. I'm joking. Ooh! I didn't see that one.
Hang in there, Grace.
My bad. Oh, okay. There's like 5 more. I like the auto aim, but I like kind of like be nice if I wasn't like forced to use the auto aim. Oh, she made it! Yep, yep.
All right.
Cool. Oh, I didn't even see it. You are like Papa. I wish that was me. Excuse me. Oh my god. Shut up. Excuse me, he says. Oh my god. He's just such good comic relief. Throw that. Okay, I don't think the rifle is like necessary. There we go. What else is around here for me to find? Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Alright. Imagine she like barred the door behind me. I'm soaking wet right now.
Grace.
Leon,
50 years old? 50 year old's not that old, right?
help me. I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, hey, look at me. You're gonna be okay.
Just turn in a mold.
Yeah.
We shooting rubber bullets.
Can't stay here.
They're like
That should be the
super
way to
strong
learn
zombies.
It's our way out.
Let's go.
Wait, I want to loot the area first. Wait, there was stuff to loot. Leon! Leon! There was stuff to loot first. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Get her safe. Go. Now. I'll keep our friends busy.
Okay, I need to take like a survey of what's going on. We gotta throw this at this guy. Ah! Okay, it kind of worked. Okay. Oh, here, melee attack. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! Oh, I got cornered. Okay, good to know. I'm fine. You guys didn't see that. This one. Okay. We'll do this better this time. There we go. All right, now let's not get cornered. Very good, very good, very good. What is this? What is this? Oh, I can melee that. Oh, oh, sorry. I meant to go downstairs. Sorry. All right. The blood turned them. Let's run away. Melee. Perfect. I only have 4 shells left. Oh. Thank you. Where's the other one? No, 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 no! Alright, that's it. Alright. Right trigger. Okay. Is there someone behind me? Aha! Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? What is it? Oh. Watch out! Oh, shit nipples.
Time to clear out the rest.
Alright, and then... Perfect. Shout out to Skull, keep walking. Yeah, these guys are, they're intense. Aw, I was busy! I mean... Do we trust the Brine child? I don't know. But we are trying to save her. I do feel some sort of like paternal protection over her though. For some reason. Oh no, are we going back to Grace? Let me play as Leon! That was fun though. That was fun. Also, thank you so much for the follow! 3 minutes ago. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do really appreciate the follows, guys. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Oh, of just like invulnerability to shotgun shells.
There's gotta be a way
Get to the surface. Alright. Anything back here? Alright. I still have the severed hand. I cannot use my flashlight while holding her. Emily.
I'm sorry, I know it hurts. I'm so sorry.
The edge of the Leon gameplay. Alright. I can't do this while holding her. Okay, can I set her down somewhere? Is there a couch that I could set this child down at? Or maybe this is like a Leon thing that I need to do later. Because I can't do this at Grace.
Dead end.
Set the child down. She grew a foot back.
Can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily.
She grew a foot back. Of course, because she grew her face back too.
Here you go. I need to keep you safe. Okay.
I'm still waiting for her to turn into something. Alright. Alright. Roof hatch manual. The roof hatch is operated by the panel outside the storage bay. Troubleshooting. If power supply errors persist, you must restart the 3 power distribution units in the lower area. This should reactivate the control panel and allow you to operate the hatch. No way. They gave me 5 Requiem bullets. I don't like what that means for me. That means I'm gonna have to use it. I'm gonna put these lockpicks away for now. I'm gonna be able to go back in there, right? Lady, my save point is in there. Okay, okay, just making sure. I do feel safe while having those lights on. You're such a bitch. So this does not stay on long, does it? You're such a bitch. Oh, you're such a bitch. I'm gonna have to fight her. Ooh! Ah! This is breaking my balls.
Power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on.
I really don't want to go to the lower floor. That's where she is. Fuck. No ammo, no nothing up here. No Mr. Raccoons. Okay. Okay. Alright, follow the yellow tape. Alright. Alright. Oh. Whoa. Alright, so I have 6 Requiem bullets. Alright, this is a generator. Oh my god, we're playing Dead by Daylight! You're coming right here. You're such a cunt. Be so mad. Sorry for the foul language. I was gonna be so mad. Spawn camping me. Becky! Mwah! You go. They with 4, I guess you. More Requiem ammo. I don't like that they're giving me Requiem ammo. Ah! 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 You're joking. You're joking. I'm trapped. Cool. All right. Cool. Oh. Now what? Well, now what? Well, that's not gonna stay on long. What do I do? You're blocking me. Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank god. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. You guys were worried for what reason, Master Chief? For what reason, Master Chief? For what reason, Master Chief? Jesus Christ. What is this? What is this? What do you want from me?
No lever.
No lever. No lever! What's up, buds? Oh my god, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Pull the lever, Grace! Wrong lever! Yo, can I get more Requiem bullets? Oh. Surprisingly convenient. That was the most convenient thing that Resident Evil's ever done for me. What do you mean it's literally in the next room? What do you mean? Something's gonna happen.
Just die already.
I hate being right. I do. I do hate it. I knew it! I knew it! That if you have a problem, if you shoot in the face, you don't have the problem anymore. It's not a problem anymore. You may have other new related problems, but not the old problem. I see. I see, I see. Alright, well, at least now we have, allegedly, a safe area where she can't get into. So that's good to know. Looking for more bullets. I need more bullets.
2 to go.
Yes. Yes, Grace. 2 to go. I have no clue where to go. Oh, I probably have to go that way. So... Here we go. She doesn't like the light on. I feel that. Same girly pop. Same. Okay, so that's where I just was. And isn't this where I came from? Oh, do I go back up now? There's a power shortage. Okay, so it is all down here. Okay, so I'm just stupid. I see. Okay, so we did that, right?
Where are those power units?
I don't know, man. Did I go this way already? Isn't this where the barrels fell down and she scared me the first time? Oh. Never mind. I was just blind the first time. I see. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh. Oh, how convenient! Oh, I know what that is.
Only one more.
Where? Where? Because I have a light right there. Oh, I really, really, really want that Molotov.
Why is it so stiff? Give me a break.
I don't like that at all. I don't like this game at all. Jesus.
They should open the hatch. I need to hurry.
Aw, she rides like a little doggy. Oh, do I need this? Alright. Alright, Alright, is there anything that I'm missing down here? Okay. What's up, Mad Eye? Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I gotta say, I do love this color change, by the way. I do love it. I know you've had it for, I don't know about, I'd say a while, but while is relative. But I do like it. I like it a lot. Alright, to the elevator. Just this way. Just right here. Right? Because, do I need to go this way? No, I don't think I can. Okay. It's so pretty! Almost as pretty as you are. I still only have 4 bullets left.
We're getting out of here. Get out of the fucking way.
No sense of urgency, Grace. None. Zero. Nada. Zilch.
Come on. Open.
Well, third death is a charm, right? No, you? This is the second time that she's died out of her 3 deaths that her eyeball is like about like that. Ew. Yo, what do I do with this foot that I collected?
Finally.
Sorry. Well, that wasn't so bad. To be fair, I am still playing on casual. What's up, Fire King? I think she's dead.
Emily, it's me.
Oh.
Emily? Oh no. Wake up. Come on.
Why don't you use a med injector on her, you rude ass bitch?
Oh, Emily? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, come on, Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wake up, Emily!
It's a child, right? Like how like she gotta be careful. You don't want to break her ribs, right? Aren't you supposed to like cover the nose? I don't know. I've never taken CPR classes. Aren't you supposed to like tilt the head back, close nose, and yo, she's clearly mutated or some sort of clone or something. She's not dead. I'm not gonna get upset because I know I did not carry this child throughout the whole game for her to die while I'm facing Mick Turbo Bitch.
Emily. Hi. It's me. I'm right here.
Who's been dancing on my chest? Yo, you just had your mouth on that, by the way. Now we have to kill Emily. I did not, to be fair, I did not see this coming. I did not see this part coming. Breaking the ribs is how you know you're deep enough. Another one. Another one. Oh, you don't close the nose. I don't know. I've never done CPR. No.
It's Emily!
No, that's not. Not anymore. Emily's dead.
I'm Leon!
I have unlimited ammo, and I don't even have to aim. I am literally just shooting. How big is this clip? How big is this clip? Was I maybe not supposed to do that? You know what? I kind of, I wasn't aiming and I didn't have a clip. I'm actually wondering if maybe I could have not shot her.
I wanted to save her.
You don't understand. It's
No, I never would have escaped without her. This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me.
That was
I
a,
get it.
that was a big mag.
But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
Why does everyone have like really pointy teeth? Yes, I get my Requiem back.
Grace.
Girly Pop, you knew her for like 10 minutes, all right? Papa, no! Leon! Oh, I don't know what that is, Loki. After this cutscene, we'll have to play an ad, by the way. You do you, boo. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Man, I wonder. I don't know if there's multiple endings. These are all rhetorical questions. Don't tell me. Hello,
Albus
Victor.
is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Can I have a mod snooze the ad, por favor? Because I'm getting nervous. I won't be able to
Lost, but you're not.
snooze it in time. Just one little snooze, please. I'm sorry. Oh, I've never played Final Fantasy. Thank you. Thank you, I was your dot. Thank you. My mom! Oh. Is that?
I've been waiting for you,
Oh.
Grace.
I was like,
Who are
Albert? Albert's been blown up and dead a million times. There's no way that'd be Wesker.
You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world.
I thought it was Wesker at first too.
You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Wesker's died more times than anybody in the entire Resident Evil franchise. Would you like to save your progress? Yeah. I'm doing a new save because just in case, again, rhetorical question, I don't want to know, don't tell me, but I wanted to do a different save just in case there was a multiple ending thing. How many times have we seen Wesker die? A lot of times. And this chick has been in Resident Evil before. What's her name, Sophie or something? 20 times, at least 20 times. Why are you still wearing a ring on the hat?
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one, and I was told to shut down the investigation.
What?
I love her shirt.
Why?
They didn't say.
Are you
Orders
kidding
from
me?
on high.
Are you? I understand it's a horror game, but that was really rude.
You taking a hit for this? I'll just...
In front of my salad? That was really rude.
We're
I don't like
in this
that.
together. Till the end. I've always been good at working
RN
with shadows.
City. I'm of Umbrella.
Too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
Did she visit the Baker's property? Not her. Sorry, I do not like spiders.
I'm gonna find Grace.
She definitely has something to do with Opus.
Leon! No way we're going back to Raccoon City. That is sick. That is sick. No way. Welcome home, Leon. Leon. Have a good night, Kyle. Everyone say good night to Kyle right now. I'm trying to, TK. Yeah, it'll work out. It's the last place they'll expect.
All the road's gone.
Everyone say good night, Kyle. Oh, we have the best weekend ever.
Alright. I'll leave that to you. I think I found clues to where they might be. Some coordinates on Victor's computer.
Got it, thanks.
Right in the center of Raccoon City.
Alright, we gotta play an ad. Sorry, we gotta play an ad. Left the oven on? Alright, ad now, no ad in game. Alright, everybody say good night. I didn't see the spider when I was playing. Ugh, I did not like that at all. Ugh. I jumped that spider. I just didn't expect it. Like, give me the awful and the gore and the things like that, but don't give me spiders. Playing Resident Evil, okay? Not... I don't know. Resident Spider. I don't know what games have spiders in it. Are they? No spiders allowed. Yeah, it came out of like right in front of my salad and everything. I wasn't expecting it. I need my emotional support Leon shaker. Well, tell Charlotte I'm gonna burn her house to the ground. Ads done yet? No, they're not done yet. I'm not talking to anybody off camera. No. See, well, now I'm in my basement, and there's spiders everywhere in my basement. And now I'm on spider alert, because you guys are fucking talking about spiders. There's a fucking spider in the game. Checking the fucking spider checks. I don't like spiders. Shut up, shut like a fucking die. Alright. Oh, game back! Yep. Alright. Alright. Oh, please no spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers.
What is this?
Raccoon City Incident Newspaper. Evacuate immediately. If you are in Raccoon City, I urge you to evacuate now. Leave if you can. If you cannot evacuate, go to the police station, the nearest public facility, wherever you can. Take any weapons you have and hide in the nearest sturdy building. This will probably be the last paper we will publish, and I am the last Raccoon Times reporter. Thank you, dear readers, for all the support over the years. I urge you, once more, run, find somewhere safe, survive. Well. Umbrella. Look at those happy faces. Game break! Shut up. I see a box I can break. Oh, how fun to be in Raccoon City. Shotgun shells. Slay. Oh, wrong button. Alright, so I have 2 Requiem shots. Okay. Alright. Oh, Grace has my Molotov. What a selfish bitch. Sorry. Eviction notice. Oh, that's rude. In times like these, who needs anemones? Alright, that's where I came from. So this is where I need to go. Oh, let's go down here first. can't go down here. Alright. Emergency, emergency. This is...
It's like time stopped here.
Well, fucking nuke went off, Leon.
Could have just been a normal city.
Yeah. Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Aha! I thought I heard one. Finally. I feel like I've missed so many. Can you hear it too? Yes, I can. And I got it. Don't worry. Scrap. Interesting. What was that flashlight? Oh, when you were like, when I was holding it like back like that? It's kind of hot, isn't it? I don't know. Anything Leon does is hot. Like, he can do no wrong. Let's be honest here. Alright? Need a key to unlock it. Do we want to unlock that? Okay. Did he break his wish? No. 15 jump scares? I don't know. I haven't really been keeping track. I never get jump scared, so I have not been keeping track. From Meryl to Mommy. Mommy, good morning, sleepyhead. Don't get mad, but I decided that I'll go get Daddy by myself. I'm bored of staying inside. Those people won't let us, even when we say pretty please. But it's okay. I'm small and can sneak through the fence. I'll look at the gas station first. Daddy really likes the candy there. Maybe he stops to buy some. I love you, Mommy. See you soon. Meryl! I'm sorry, but that's some cute stationery. I've never been scared ever in my life. Alright, well, I guess I have to go through that little thing, eh? Revolving door. Alright. Alright. Allons-y. Oh, what's this? Hello? You, like, walked right past these shotgun shells? Excusez-moi? What else did I walk past? Alright. Oh my god, the whole building's gonna come down if you do that. Are you a spider web? Oh, thank you, Shinobi! No, you. No, you. Bullets for eating. What? Alright. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw a grenade. So was foreshadowing. So was foreshadowing. Shelob! Aya, LNDL, Alina de Kaliba!
Shit.
Nah, can't get in here, fat ass. Oh my god. So, don't drop nukes on towns. Turn spiders into radioactive giant assholes. Got it. What is Sheila doing here? I hate spiders too. We're about to get Frodo'd, by the way. Oh, Mr. Frodo. Oh, look at all these shotgun shells they're giving me. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yo!
That raccoon
What's up,
drop looks
Pooh?
cute.
I know! Guys, if you guys sub or gift a sub, you guys get the Mr. Raccoon sub badge. Thank you so much for the fifth, or for the resub. Oh. Oh. Okay, and this is the problem. Why am I like stuck in here? Oh. Alright. I'm gonna die. Oh, that was scripted? What the fucky wucky? That was scripted? Sense of urgency, man.
Alright. No.
I don't know. I did not think that was scripted. Hold on. What's my health? I'm fine. Okay. I like panicked use like a million things. Stacked hand grenade. I'm not gonna use that yet. It is Growlithe, maybe. It's a badge! Yeah, it's a badge! Thank you so much for the 17 months! Why is there always have to be spiders? Kyoshi, your guess is mine. Thanks, Shinobi! I appreciate you! How'd you get that Pikachu badge? Oh, we're gonna try it tonight, Po. Depending on how late you guys are up. It ends tomorrow. But the Pokemon 30th anniversary badge is if you sub or gift a sub for someone who's streaming, like, pretty much like in any Pokemon category. I'm gonna open up some Pokemon cards after we're done with Resident Evil so that we can give people the chance to get the Pokemon badge. Because I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow. And it ends the 1st. Ends tomorrow. I'm just gonna take a second to maybe reload my guns. Reload my guns. Nothing else to look at here. Alright, so I just have to go upstairs. Okay. Oh, are you leaving? Have a good night, Shinobi. Everyone say good night to true Shinobi. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you have a very good rest of your weekend. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on. I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Have a good night, Shinobi. Troublesome Red. Mwah, thank you for the forehead, Kizzy. I don't want to miss any ammo, so that's why I'm taking my time through this. Are you joking? Oh, you're joking. You're joking. Oh, Jamoy. Oh. Oh! Oh, hey, 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 hey. Alright, that grenade did not do nearly as much as I would have had liked to have had done. No, I totally don't blame you. This is awful. No, please enjoy your guys' lyrics. If you guys don't want spoilers, if you guys just don't like the spider part, don't worry. I will curb stomp every spider in here just for you guys because this place sucks right now. Wow! I fucking hate you. That was really funny. That was actually pretty funny. Enjoy your lurky chicken. I totally don't blame you. This part sucks. Dicks. What do you mean to beat the giant spider?
Guess I gotta squash you.
What is this? Okay, well I just used all my holy hand grenades on that. Actually, let's oh, that was it. All right. Oh yes, give me. Oh, look at his butt. He's got gross butt.
Haven't you had enough? I don't have time for pest control.
Oh, really? Oh, I missed it. I was too worried about the spider. I wasn't even looking at his ass. The spider's ruining my priorities. That is a thick shell. Fuck this thing. He's got a soft underbelly. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Oh, really? Hi, Gabby! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I feel like that was too easy. Like, I'm playing on casual, but I still feel like that was easy.
Miss our Raccoon City hospitality.
Leon, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like there was more to loot up there. Do we mind? Okay, that was way too easy. Dango. Somebody ban Dangos. Somebody ban Dangos. It definitely does for making us miss Leon's sexy ass. See, you get it. You get me. Somebody ban Dangos. Shut up. Guys, I feel like there was so much more loot up there. I did the battle too fast. Actually, I don't want to go yet. Wait, I don't want to go yet. Wait, I don't want to go yet. Fuck. Oh, I can go back. Okay, thank God. Okay. I was like, wait, hold on. I do not want to go back yet. Hold on, or go out there. Okay, we're good, we're good. Usually those things are only one way. Gret Morlian? Oh, should I just go back and forth through that for you guys? Oh, maybe I do have to go that way. My bad. Okay, here's another one. Who keeps fingering my glasses? Because I keep getting, like, finger marks on my glasses. Who the fuck is fingering them? Which one of you guys is fingering my glasses? Leon Swones, please. Leon Swones knows when she's needed. 10-minute long TikTok of Leon revolving the door. Wait a minute. Honestly, low game.
Okay, Sherry. I've hit the barricade. Looks like someone else was here first. And they were planning on busting their way in.
We'll just shoot it.
No way around?
The Army Corps
Loki.
engineers erected it to seal the city. It goes on for miles.
Guess the only way in is through then.
The detonator is missing. I have a gun. What do you mean didn't work? What do you mean? What do you mean didn't work? Oh my god, Fire King, can you imagine? Oh, yummy. Yum 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 yum. Oh, sometimes it doesn't work like that? Listen, I never said I was a smart man. Search the camp. I will. Well, I still need a key. Yeah. Gimme. I feel so much safer with shotgun shells. The BSAA! Alright. Interesting.
Sure, there's an old BSAA camp here. This is trashed. Looks like they left in a hurry.
Well, duh, there was a fucking nuke being dropped.
Interesting.
What is it?
The computer's not locked. They were also headed to the center of Raccoon City.
Interesting, too.
I would get nothing done, real.
That reminds me. I dug a little deeper in the Pentagon's database, and I noticed something's missing.
What's that?
There's no record of anyone ordering the missile strike on Raccoon City.
Well, if not them, then who?
Uh-oh. You always gotta put stickers over that, Leon.
Leon triggered the alarm. Well, looks like your campaign to make the DSO stand down really didn't work, Zeno.
Okay. Well, now I know who he is. That's a save! No way! That's cool. That's cool. The detonator requires 3 parts: a signal receiver, east point, a distributor, midpoint, a relay, west point. Retrieve them immediately. We don't have much time. Avoid contact with the affected at all costs. If combat is unavoidable, deal with it quickly. Provide situational updates every 30 minutes. That's true. That's true. I'm in Leon's every match without fail. I have Leon making noises. And you can't even use no mither because no mither makes him quieter. Let's go through this door. I was just joking.
I should check the camp some more.
Alright. Alright, let's go. Oh, well that's super duper convenient. Do I need to go down here? I'm gonna check this. Did I check this door already? Need a key. Oh my god. I'd like to check your cab. Oh, ladies. Oh, what's this? Excuse me? Oh, duh. Thank you. Alright. What would I do without this map? I really don't know what I would do without this map. I really don't know. I'd miss my brain if it wasn't attached to my brain. Thank you. A device that records combat data. Credits earned from the kills can be used as a supply box. What the fuck? The tactical tracker logs your combat data in real time. The more enemies you dispatch, the more credits you earn. Credits can be used to purchase items, weapons, or upgrades at a supply box. Shut up! No way! Okay, now I can go through here. Cool beans! Oh, I'm gonna kill everybody. Wait, hold on. Can I see something really quickly? Oh, this game sucks. Leon, let me look at your butt. Okay, is there a way that I can clip through? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh. I'm trying to get some booty angles for you guys. I want to see if I can, like, force the camera to let me look at his butt for you guys. Fan service. Alright. Alright, hold on. I gotta... Get yourself in there. Shove your little ass in that little... Okay, you know what? This game sucks. This game knows what I'm trying to do. Look at his ass, are you guys? I'm no better than a man. This game is hateful.
Where are all the bodies?
Well, they're probably all zombies now, Leon, eh? Oh, shit, nipples. Yo, Slasher Buddy! Oh, welcome in, Raiders! Welcome, Eon! How was your stream? Were you playing Resident Evil? Welcome. You were! Thank you for the shout out for Slasher Bunny. We were raiding Slasher Bunny yesterday, so now we're playing a little bit of a raid tag. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I think I'm probably ahead of you, so I don't want you to get spoilered. Also, welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing Resident Evil Requiem. I've lost track on the order of Grace Leon, tags that we've had. Oh, well, welcome in, Loki. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting our homie and for supporting me, too. Welcome in. But we're currently playing Resident Evil Requiem. We are currently playing as Leon. I'm not going to say where we are right now to avoid spoilers, but I can't do a super long one. I work early. Ew! Gotta get up like 10 tomorrow. Ew! To do homework. Ew! Only to do a close. Ew! Well, thank you so much for the raid. If anybody needs to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, pugo, stretch with drink. I just made it to the part as Grace where you gotta save Emily. Gotcha. Cool beans. I'm definitely past that. So, please get out of here. Go raid and run. If anybody else here wants to avoid spoilers, I am pretty further than that, like a couple hours ahead of that. So if you guys want to avoid spoilers, I totally get it, but I appreciate you guys so much for lurking and yapping and raiding. We have like 9 minutes before an ad plays, and once an ad plays, I'll stop the game, put my beer right back so I can go pee too. But every time an ad plays, I do pause the game so people can not miss any of the gameplay. You know what I'm saying? But I am going to get back to the game. Slasher Bunny, please go get your post-stream self-care, and please go get some rest too. Yeah, no, thank you so much, Slash. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for supporting me. You're so sweet. We're gonna get back to the game though, so go. Go. Get out of here. And I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And if we don't see you guys, hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. And hope you have a good day tomorrow. Night night. But thank you guys so much. But I'm gonna get back into the game. I don't think where I'm at right now will spoiler where I am, but I just don't want you guys to like know where I am. You know what I mean? Can I jump up there? Nope, too short. Are you shiitake my mushrooms right now? You're a joke, guy. Oh, I missed. Alright, well that's not what I was expecting. That was pretty cool though. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty cool. Oh, I forgot about the credits! Whoa! Wah! So sick. And I wouldn't say it was a panic shotgun blast. It was more like a strategically super fast shotgun blast. Y'all gotta stop coming out of the ground. Alright? Holy! I'm sorry, I can't stop. Panic in the Pixel stream? I've never panicked in my life ever. Alright. Wait, where's my credits? I don't get any more credits? Oh. Crafting? I don't get any more credits? That's crazy. Alright, let's reload everything. We still have quite a few rifle bullets as well. I honestly don't think we're gonna be able to use the rifle. Not be able to use the rifle, but I don't think there's gonna be a time where like using the rifle is necessary.
Busted. I'll have to shoot.
Finally, I've been literally waiting. Could I have done that to zombies? Oh, I'm so sad. If I probably could have done that to zombies. But it's probably not gonna be a time that's like scripted that I need to use the rifle, but I could use the rifle for something, I'm sure. Can I jump over that? No. Jump over here, though. I wanna go to these boxes over there. Those boxes definitely have shotgun shells. Yeah, you haul yourself up there, Leon. What's up, Microwave Spork? Yo, happy weekend! Microwave Spork. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, can I do some crafting? I sure can. Wunderbar. Cool. Actually, I should probably save my next crafting stuff that I get because I would like to make some more holy hand grenades. I'm here for the spoilers. No! What's up, Killa? Oh, you didn't like it? Oh, I'm so sorry. Without spoilers, I guess there's really no fair way to like ask like why you didn't like it without spoilers, eh? Holy shit, that's so dope. Yo, get shit down. So I have 8,000 credits right now. I need to get up there. How do I get... Oh, here we go. Beautiful. You're doing good? Hell yeah. Oh, really? Thank you for explaining that without spoilers. Because I don't think I plan on watching it, but I know there's probably people in chat that plan on watching it. I love shooting things to... Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Homegirl. Wait, hold on. Do I have something to throw here? Try to save as like much ammo as I can. Wait. What do you mean? I can't throw that there. Ah! Swing. Are you starting this tomorrow? Oh my god, I hope you have the best time. I have no complaints. No complaints. I'm loving it so much. Cedar Brook apartment keys. A key to the back gate. Oh, okay, cool. Well, we know where that is. Alright. I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna keep playing, but an ad is about to play. And so I'm gonna let the ad play so that no one misses out on any gameplay. And I'm gonna go piss girl too. That's just me though. That's fair. Listen, you are totally entitled to your opinion. I've only seen one other person come in a chat and say that they watched it. I don't remember if they said they liked it or not though. I just know that they said that they watched it. So, because didn't it just come out like yesterday? Scream 7? Oh, also, if you guys are Ghostface fans, whether it's the movie or not, peep the pinned link in the comment. You guys can get $7 off the Ghostface stuff in the G Fuel store. And if you guys use code KITTEN, it's an additional 30% off the already discounted price. So if you guys like the shirt, or the hoodie, or the shakers, I think the stainless steel shaker is sold out, but there's a lot of stuff on sale right now. But I'm gonna go piss girl, I'm gonna play an ad, and I'll be right back. I just watch other people play it. This is what I do with most other games. That's so valid. I wish I could be like that. I wish I could watch other people with horror movies. I tried to watch Smile 2 last night, and I couldn't finish it because it was too scary for me. But I used to watch horror movies all the time, and now I can't. So I wish there was a way that I could like have other people watch horror movies for me, but I'm a baby now. Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go piss girl, and I'll play an ad. I'm not ending. No, I'll be right back. I'm playing an ad, and I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be right back. I will be right back. Essentially, I will be right back after I pee. He has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I have the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked it up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. Photo rose. Thank you for the forehead, Kesey. I was just, I had some camera notifications on my phone, and I was looking at them, and there was a raccoon hanging out in my backyard. What do you want? There's a cute little raccoon hanging out. What are we doing? Oh, nothing. Okay, cool. Back to El game. I still don't know how much more of the game. I feel like we have a lot left in the game.
This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Well,
Yeah,
they missed.
They should have.
All right, Leon. Irish Green, are you home from work now? But might work with some fuel. Are you saying that I have to power up this generator? Dead by Daylight style? I'll be on my way.
Should be a part for the detonator somewhere around here.
Probably in this big giant yellow box, Leon. Thank you, yellow tape in video games. Distributor. As part of a part of for the detonator. Distribute signals and power appropriately to the detonator and booster.
Sherry, found the distributor. 2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
Wait. Why did that not count? Oh, I need to press A. Or Yambi. Oh, I see an herb. I see more zombies. Oh.
Relays over there, huh? That should be a fun trip.
Uno mas. Oh, I just realized there's like the little things around the HUD, like the little line over the HUD that shows me where to look. My bad. I didn't know. I know what that meant.
It should have a signal receiver.
Is that Daddy? That's Daddy Leon. Oh, we've been having fun listening to him grunt. This is so we've been having a lot of long missions with Grace recently, Raven. This is definitely one of our long missions with Leon. And it is it's been very nice. I've been making him jump. Been making him push heavy things, making him do his squats, and it's been very nice listening to the voice actor. Woof! I just got chills. The multiplying. Oh, well, this is convenient. Gimme. Save. Perfect. Well, yes. Alright, let's see if we could get an upgrade. What do we have? Like 8,000 points? 9,000! A silencer? Okay, what's this? Okay. Oh, I could sell things? Interesting. Oh, no. Oh, damn cursor. Okay. No. Okay. That's cool that I could sell stuff. body armor. Case upgrade. I don't think I need a case upgrade yet. Machine gun ammo? This went through some turnstiles. Oh my god, that was very nice. I'm a heavy object you can push. Whoa. Shut the fuck up. That's so funny. It's very funny. Oh my god, a lightweight compact polymer frame submachine gun has a high rate of fire, does considerable damage, and add a stock to improve accuracy. Okay, well that's kind of tempting. So these, I guess these are just like better weapons than what I have. Or I can tune up what I have. I would like to tune up this. My hatchet. Because my hatchet is very important to me. So, yeah. I'm just going to use all my points on my hatchet right now. And do I have an inventory here? Do I not have an inventory here? Well, that's kind of crazy. That's fine. Whatever. I don't really want an inventory anyway. Let's use this key then. I love how that's like... Oh! Look! This is like the box that people got for as a gift! I'm so peanut butter jealous. I want one. But, how that key was put into the door was very, like... Resident Evil 1 graphics. But, or like, not graphics. Resident Evil 1... What's the word? It was very nostalgic, but, like, with upgraded 2026, like, graphics, you know what I mean? I'd let Leanne shoot in my box. I need a water bottle. I need to cool you guys down. Gunpowder. Ooh, yes. I would like to... Requiem bullets. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Let's combine you with you. And then... Oh, okay, I'm broke. That's right. Distributor, gunpowder... Med injector. Oh, okay. What can I craft? Shotgun shells and rifle ammo. Ooh. No, wait, hold on. How can I make a hand grenade? Hold on. 2 scraps. Okay. I would like to save that then. Yeah. I would like to make at least 1 more hand grenade. Get in line. Oh my god. Ladies, trying to do my work type shit. I don't even know who says that. I just hear that on TikTok. Oh, that's scary. Oh, Raven, we are in Raccoon City right now, by the way. We are currently in Raccoon City. Also, if you hear my stomach growl, no, you didn't. Very nice, Papa. Oh, I hear a collectible. Oh. Where are you? Ah. I do appreciate collectibles that you can hear. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. So I can make this, and oh. Oh, I need 1 scrap, 2 gunpowders. He is very buff, microwave, right? I'm laughing because if I don't, I'll start crying again. Oh, no! No cry. No cry. Well, I mean, crying's not bad, right? You gotta let it out, right? But laughing's good. A tracking module. A device with stored combat data can be redeemed for credits at a supply box. Oh, okay, so it's just like a sellable thing. That's cool. I'll take it. Enjoy your turkey. Oh, enjoy your 2v8. Oh, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Like, you'd think I'd have all the time in the world. You'd really think. Because I would love to play 2v8 just like for the rest of my life. I can't because I'm so lame. Other shit I gotta do. There's so many games to play. Like this one. Yeah, I'm not going down there yet. No, thank you. Yes! That is what I want, baby! Cool. Oh. Stacked hand grenade. With another one attached to double the grenades, double the explosion. You know what? Why not? Why not? I need a crank. Ladies. Alright. I see an herb. A locked door. Why walk like that? I don't like this area. Something about this area is making me scared. You're gonna make me jump down there where there's clearly no zombies down there, right? Alicia Moy. I don't know. I don't like it. Oh! 5:40 a.m.? Oh my god, you should get some rest. What's this? Gimme. Look, refresh. Thank you, Chloe. I not feel good and I'm waiting for Advil to kick in. Oh, I haven't done any hugs. 0 hugs. I'm so lame. I could make a joke about Leon's crank or crack. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hugs. Hugs if anybody wants it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and get to the next person. But damn, I can't believe I didn't hug any of you guys today. I'm the worst streamer ever. But I think you should get some rest too, Jinx. Everyone say good night, Jinx. I think Jasper's mad at you, Raven. Oh, you can't even see him. His like fat ass is just like right here, just loafing. Good night, Jinx. Jinx, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have the best night ever. I knew it. I knew it. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Truly. Like, I know a lot of people are either lurking or avoiding Requiem streams because of spoilers. But I'm really grateful for everyone who's lurking and supporting. It means a lot.
Oh, I forgot about that!
You again? Oh, is this a different guy? Oh. I don't like when you do that. Oh, I don't like that either. I have the Requiem. Oh, give me a dodge button, please. Like, for the love of God. Good night, Jinx. I hope you have a really good weekend. I thought he was wearing a bikini. Honestly, I totally see it. Oh, holy. That was a lot of credits. Oh, that's good. I like that. Do I need to keep doing this? I probably have to keep doing this. I'm gonna keep doing it just in case. I totally see that. Is it belly time? I should probably pause the game. Is it belly time? Belly time, hello. It's your belly. Oh, look at your belly. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, good boy. Oh, sorry, I had to get you guys some belly time. That was just so cute. Oh, that's moving. So cute. Was I supposed to have used that on that guy? He's definitely getting up, right? Yeah. So good. Yay! Oh, I'm getting so many cool edits. I love these throwables. They're so dope. Hello, Munchkin. Oh, get off my arm, Brent. Oh. Nope. 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 I love loot way too much to miss that. Give that to me. If you had one of them, I want to hear Mama had a baby that's head popped off. What is that from? That never left me from my childhood? What is that? Damn. I should have used my grenades. I used 2 grenades in that thing. Mother. Yeah, I think he likes the belly rubs too much, methinks. Because now he's scratching my arm. Well, not scratching, but pawing at my arm. Battery. An old high-capacity battery hopefully has some juice left. Well, now I'm worried about not having juice left. Thanks a lot. Anything else in here? Oh, yeah, Dandelions, yeah. You know what? That sounds familiar. I'm not sure if I did the exact same thing, but I definitely did. Are we gonna move, Leon? We definitely did like pop dandelion heads off. I don't remember saying things like that. I don't know. Oh, I don't have a crank. What did I need the battery for? Signal receiver. Huh. What did I need the battery for? Is it this? Oh, I didn't even experiment going down into the water. I don't know why. I assumed I'd have to drain it or something. I give a crank, if you know what I mean. Battery storage locations. All staff. When a battery dies, you'll need to get it from one of the... Okay, well, I guess that's moot now. Oh! I guess that's not moot. I do need to read that. Okay. Sewage facility or the underground parking garage. Okay, well, we got one of them. Oh, underground parking garage. Okay, so... Am I going the right way? I'm thinking going the wrong way. This is back where I came, right? It is. Well, I mean, I guess since I'm here, I'll spend my my like million credits that I have, right? Since I'm here, maybe I can God, what can I get? I don't know. I think I need a heal too. Holy! Okay, well, we have a lot. So I believe I've upgraded my hatchet. I have not fully upgraded my hatchet. I lied. Okay, so I can make it more power. Highly durable. Now Loki's jogged a memory is we used to hold a buttercup under people's chins to see if they like butter. Like a Reese's buttercup? Or is buttercup like a flower? What? Oh, it's a flower? Interesting. I don't know if I need this though. I'll get body armor, right? Ineffective when durability hits 0. Can be repaired? Maybe I'll just upgrade my weapons. I'll upgrade the Requiem. Yeah, because I don't suspect me like getting rid of the Requiem. Okay. All right. Do you guys want me to stop now and do some Pokemon card opening so we can people get a chance to get like I'm gonna swap to the Pokemon category if people want to do the Pokemon badge. I know I'm gonna do the Pokemon badge. Like I'm gonna gift the sub because I want the Pokemon badge. No one's ever obligated to gift subs, but if people are wanting the Pokemon 30th anniversary badge, it ends tomorrow. So I could stop now. Pokemon badge? Yeah, it's really cute. I know Fire Cane Scarlet had one. But it's the Pikachu like logo with like the 3-0 on its cheeks, and it's a Twitch badge. But it's only under Pokemon category. So I'll just like open up some Pokemon cards or something. Or like, you need it? All right. Because I'm thinking now might be a good place to stop. And we'll stop Resident Evil. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, Fire Cane, our beautiful model. I'm sorry, I burped. So sorry. Viewer rewards drops. Because I'm pretty sure Control F Pokemon. Holy shit, my computer's lagging like crazy. Yeah, you approve? Okay. Hello, Pokemon? There we go. Oh, it does go to Monday. Oh, Monday at 1:59 a.m. Okay, so it goes till Sunday night. Yeah, so I could do the trading card game. All right, well then I will close Resident Evil for now. And we will finish. Well, I'll probably play this some more on Monday. Because I really want to keep playing it. Let's close out of that. And then let's turn off my controller. And we'll do Pokemon Community Game. Or a Pokemon Trading Card Game, or whatever it's called. Pokemon Trading Card Game, right? Not online, it's just... Does this count? Hold on, I'll make sure it counts. Okay, well, I just want to make sure this counts. Hold on. It should show up, say, channel... When I open up my channel, it should say... Ew, I hear my voice. Ew, shut the fuck up, bitch. Does it say... Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, guys. Let me get this up. Hello? Hello? Where's my badge, bitch? Where's my badge, bitch? Am I still live right now? They've gifted a total of 0 subs in this channel. I've definitely gifted more than 0 subs. I am live? Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, there it is. Okay. Subscribe to earn drops. Wait, did mine not count? Okay, well, at least it says subscribe to earn drops. Alright, well, I'll do it one more time, but I'm not gonna... just because I really want this badge. Are you shiitake my mushrooms right now? I'm doing it one more time. Ah, there it is. Okay, so I guess the first one didn't count. Well, I'm glad I tested it. Alright. There, I got the badge! Yep, yep! Oh, get up! Oh, you are so lucky that I tested it first. Well, let me get some Pokemon cards so I'm not, like, breaking the rules.
There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never.
These are all from 2022. Holy! Holy! K-Cop, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh, man, I don't want to open any of these. Maybe we just look at them. What if I just look at them and just show them off instead of actually opening them? Because just because I'm on this channel doesn't mean I have to open them, per se. Gay Cop, thank you for 5 good subs to Fighter, Holy Night, Malvaro Gaming, Star Crusher, and VO1743. You got your badge, let's go! Rob Raven, thank you for giving sub to Win Ray, and Sultan Loki, they're giving sub to Requiem Spark! Gay Cop! Let me know what color pussy you like. Would you like a pink, salmon, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? Yes! Oh, Raven, it looks so good. Salmon. Oh, also, this is the last day for our pussy wall too. Last day for the pussy wall. Oh, before Monday when it's a new wall for March. Oh, I like this new badge. I'm very, very happy. I'm so glad we found like a decent spot to stop Resident Evil so we can do this. Yep. And I'll just show off what I have in like my current collection. But I haven't bought Pokemon cards since 2022 because that's the last time that I had like exposable income, and the last time that Pokemon cards were even like readily available, because now you can't get Pokemon cards at all because like freaking scalpers it's so hard to get them. But in 2022, nobody wanted Pokemon cards, which happened to be the year that I tried to sell all my Pokemon cards, and I made like no money, which is really unfortunate because I sold like all my first edition ones from like 1996. Base set, Neo Genesis, Team Rocket, Jungle, Fossil, all those good ones. Has them locked up. That's when I bought. See, yep, that's when I bought them. All right, this one's gonna be extra derpy. You'll see. And yeah, we're sticking with derpy kitties for now. Cause they make me happy. Oh, and we'll do another shot. Gay Cop. Do you have a preference of drinks? A preference of drinks for me? I have Malort, Rum, Vodka, Pink Whitney, whiskey, and the big bowls. Yeah, biggie bowls. I think that was everything, right? Also, Pink Whitney. So you hate me. Oh, look at, he's extra derpy because I made his eyeballs like one up top and one at the bottom. So he's like, extra derpy. Also, thank you guys very much for the hype train. Chop, chop. Just because I took one earlier? Yeah, you like that one, didn't you? God, those badges look so good. So, I think as far, hold on, let me see what all the badges are that I have. For, like, reference. I need to type in chat. Oop. There we go. So I think my favorites are the Fallout one with a thumbs up. The frog one. What was the frog one from? Was that Arc Raiders? Frog Lantern. No, that was Sea of Thieves, right? The Sea of Thieves one. The Pokemon one. And then the Umbrella one, which goes live March 3rd? I think March 3rd. Because this raccoon one goes... Oh, this raccoon one goes to March 6th. So maybe it's March 7th where the Umbrella ones comes back. No one should hate you? I don't know. You're making me drink Pink Whitney. I'm joking. Alright, I'm gonna shut up. Pink Whitney. Hello, Jasper. I chimed in with the 100 people never heard of. Closing the goddamn door, no. We've actually had... Alexa, off. Did she start talking to me? Is she listening to me? March 6th, sometime after the raccoon ends. Okay, yeah, so March 6th is the end of the raccoon, so I would assume that the Umbrella one comes back March 7th. Thank you very much for the choo-choo! I love the badge, I do. I know Kyle has the thumbs up, the Fallout one. But we've had a vodka. You know what? The only one that we haven't had tonight is Malort. Isn't that so funny? The only... Oh, actually, I have to shake this up, right? Because this is glitter in it. Yeah, okay. Bad company, I can't deny. The only shot we haven't had tonight is Malort. How funny is that? Bad company. Choo-choo! Thank you guys very much. Till the day... Oh, I do not want to roll over your tail, Angel. I'll go. Alright. Cheers! Salud! Thank you guys very much for the hype train and subbies! Oh! Have a good night, Loki. I don't know if you're saying it. Oh, I forgot. I was drinking that. I don't know if you're saying that because you don't want me to say goodnight to you or what. So I'm going to call you out, but good night, Loki. Has me awake as fuck. So real. Alright. Oh, let me get the last two ones that I have for Pokemon cards. Oh, you know what? I think I have some upstairs, too. These are really dusty. I think I have a couple more unopened cases upstairs as well. But these are, like, probably the best ones that I have. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. You don't have that emoji? Oh, that one's from the hype train. I napped until, like, 3 p.m. and I could fall asleep right now. I went to sleep at a little after 11 a.m. this morning. And then... I went to sleep a little after 11 a.m. this morning, and then I woke up at like 4 something, and I was like, I'm way too tired. I'm gonna sleep more. And that's when I put in the Discord, I was like, guys, I'm gonna go to sleep, or I'm gonna be late for stream. And then I was not actually late for stream. Hi, Derpy! Yeah, I'm not gonna open any of these. These are ones that I've had since 2022. These are actually the Oh! These are from 2021. 2021 must be the last time I bought Pokemon cards. Because look, it's the 25-year anniversary. And the 30th anniversary is going on right now. Oh, here. Here's a good one. Pokemon Go cards. Yeah, these are from a long time ago. Oh, you know what? These are newer. These are newer than 2021. Fuecoco and Sprigalatolito. Sprigalatolito. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I stopped playing. Oh, were you done streaming, or were you streaming today, Derpy? We were doing Resident Evil Requiem, but I wanted to swap to Pokemon so I can get the Pokemon Twitch badge. And so we swapped over to Pokemon. We started doing the sub so we get the Twitch badge. You just ended? How was your stream? What were you doing? Yeah. I have... So here, these are all the Pokemon cards. Well, not all of them, but these are all the ones that I have in my basement at the moment. These are from either 2020... These have to be from, like, 2022. Because I don't remember buying Pokemon cards later than that. So I have a Fuecoco, Paldea collection. I have Sprigatito, Paldea collection. And then we have our special collection, Team Valor Pokemon Go. I am on Team Valor. Yep. And then we have Dragapult Prime. This is from the Celebrations collection for the 25-year anniversary. For reference, this year is the 30th year anniversary, so these are from 5 years ago, I assume. And then I have, is this Zacian or, yeah, Zacian Celebrations. And then I have, probably my favorite one that I have still sealed is the Pikachu V-Union. Now, what's interesting about the 25-year anniversary is that I was able to get my hands on so many of these back in the day, but no one and their mother, like, cared about these when they came out 5 years ago for the 25-year anniversary. But now that it's the 30th year anniversary, like, it's so hard to get Pokemon cards. So I can't get Pokemon cards right now because, one, I'm broke, and two, they're just so hard to get. And because I have really severe anxiety and agoraphobia, I can't leave to go get, like, drops in person because that's the easiest way to get them, to make sure that you can get them before scalpers get them. And so I kind of rely on checking online. Not that I can get them anyway, but I do still check sometimes. But I can't get them online because they're sold out immediately. Yeah, scalpers ruin everything. But these are what I currently have. I have a couple more upstairs. Like, I have a couple tins. Like, I think I have, like, an Eevee tin or something that is sealed and unopened. But at the moment, this is what I got. I'm just going to leave these here on the screen so that I can yap with you guys for a little bit longer while still being in the Pokemon category in case anyone does want their badge. I'm not going to stay live for too much longer, but just so that, like, Twitch isn't like, now you're not just badge farming. I do want to, like, have these here so people aren't like, now what are you doing, Pixel? I'm not breaking any rules. I gotta get some foods and open them. Oh my god, no way! I'm not gonna open any of these. But I'm glad you were able to get some cards. I actually might ask my brother to get me just, like, a box. Because he's able to get Pokemon cards. I might ask for just, like, a box of the 30th anniversary just so I can have a box that says 30 because I have the 25 one. But thank you so much. Thanks for my daily dose of Dick Sturfy. I hope you have the best rest of your night in the breast weekend. Let me see if I can shout you out. Hold on. I cannot reach my keyboard. There we go. Enter. Got it. Easy, no effort on my part. Everyone go follow Derpy! Oh, Derpy! No way. Thank you so much for giving us up to his 5-foot pumpkin. Pumpkin, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Derpy, enjoy your Pokemon badge. I may have said emotes. You know what I meant. Person to get to the sub, enjoy your emotes. Derpy, enjoy the badge. Oh! Gotcha, Slay. I was gonna say that's a nice username. I was like, I recognize that username too. Oh, I could go see what I have upstairs, but I don't remember what I have. Now I want to check to see, there's probably, like, nothing online. I looked at some websites, like, I looked at, like, Best Buy and Target before, and they were all selling it. Like, only people that were selling the cards were, like, resellers. What's up, Goddess? Goddess, happy weekend. Happy weekend. Alright, let's see. Let's see if there's any...
Holy crap, that's a lot of Pokemon cards.
Yo, what's up, Ewok? Ewok, these are, all of my unopened boxes. So these are all the ones that have been sitting in my setup for 5 years. Oh, really? Like the boxes, low-key? Also, Ewok, thank you for the 55 months. What the fucky? Enjoy your 90... Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewed, and your sub badge! Are they MSRP, Loki? Or are they, like, being sold by scalpers? Because... I'm down for some TCG player. Probably not MSRP. I'll look right now. But, I'm just chilling in the, 155! Well, I guess it depends on what collection, because if it's the Charizard one, I think that's MSRP. What do you want? Yo, Ewok! That's why we're in the category right now. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Tiprod, enjoy your emotes, every period your sub badge. Ewok, enjoy your 30th anniversary badge. Oh, I see, yeah. Okay, so there's people selling on TCG for, like... It's not so bad. Holy shit! So I'm looking at TCG Player right now. And this box is selling for $150. $150. Oh, and not the Jeff badge. I do like the Jeff badge too. I did forget to mention that one. Holy shit. So this is $150, but I don't want to get rid of it. I like it. I like the Pokemon one. I did have so many more of these, but we did open them on stream. That's so many pizzas. Rootsy, I wish these were pizzas. I'm trying to get more Twitch badges, Rootsy. So I'm disguising a yap session for the last little bit of stream as me opening up or talking about Pokemon cards, so we can get the Pokemon 30th anniversary badge. Pokemon. Excuse me. That one is MSRP. This one, I did not pay $150 for this. This was less than 50. I paid less than 50 for this. Wait, you linked one? Wait, where? In the Chaos Mod chat? I see. Hold on. I'm looking. Oh, so cute, Ewok. So cute. I love Pawn Bomb or whatever he is. So this Pokemon Day one, the Pikachu one, you said this is MSRP? I would keep it. I would have it just to keep it. $30 oh, 32 bucks? It's only 30, yeah. You look stunning? Thank you. I haven't washed my hair in like 3 days. Thank you. You're gonna get Switch 2 before next year? No way! Wait, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. When do you think you're gonna get it? The burp was a 3 out of 10. It felt good though. It didn't sound great. But it did feel really good. Bum, bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba. I kind of want this, Loki. I might get it, honestly. I just don't know because, like, I get scared buying from, like, third-party sellers, but, like, you know? Yes, Rosie, I would love to hear some pretty cool news. Oh, are there? Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. Yeah. 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. Cool. All right. Oh, what was in the G Fuel box? Oh, God. What was in the G Fuel box? Did you get the Gengar Razor headset? I did. Yeah. I think it's in my... it's in my, my laundry room. I never even opened it. I won a pretty rare collectible plant. Oh my god. I am so fascinated by our world that, like for me, some pleb who doesn't know anything about plants, like, is, like, so fascinated by the fact that there are collectible plants. I think that is so dope, and obviously we do need to see it. Oh, no way, Ewok! Oh my god, I bought my brother something, from the 30th anniversary release drop, the merch, from Pokemon Center. Alright, what did I get from G Fuel? I got a Metal Gear Solid collector's box. I got Dan collector's box. And I did record it too, so it will be maybe a YouTube video, but definitely in, like, short form. And then I also got... Oh. What did I get? Zenzine Citrus Green Tea. Cranberry, Sour Cranberry Grapefruit. Demon Slayer Raging Sun Kumquat. Two more things. The G Fuel that I'm drinking today, which is the Tetris Blast 2.0 formula. So gagged about this because this is one of my favorite flavors, but in the 2.0 formula, it's so good. But my favorite part is this shaker, which is definitely going to be my new shaker from now on. It's so glossy and pretty. It's got the purple and the black and the, like, neon green on top. The new G Fuel logo. And this was the the shaker that came with the Sour Gummy Worms collector's box. And when I requested the gummy worms that they did send me, which is the flavor that I've been obsessed with most recently, I didn't request the collector's box, and I should have because I really wanted this shaker, but they sent me the shaker on its own, so thank you. Side note, my puppy loves those foxes. Oh, you know what, Thana? This was actually a gift from Eclipse. Eclipse sent this to me in a little care package box, and Boo loves this. No audio? I love you. Oh, so mwah, bigger the forehead kissy, but yeah, Boo loves this guy. As you can tell, it's completely destroyed. I will definitely send a pic when I get it. Oh, good, you haven't got it. Okay, the 4 inches of the plant can range from $40 to $60. What? Depending on the leaf size. Never thought I'd get one. No way. So you won it from like a giveaway, like a random giveaway or something? Energy drinks, yes. So most of the G Fuel has caffeine in it. However, there are caffeine-free options. You know, since we're yapping, do you guys want to see some other stuff I got from G Fuel? Since we're here, I got so much more. I gotta do this off camera because I didn't take my addresses off. I got some more G Fuel. I was gonna open this later, but I'll do it now. Ooh. Holy shit. A little bit. Hold on. The my box. There we go. Oh, I got a case of Orange Vibe, which, fun fact, Pixel lore, Orange Vibe was one of the first tubs that was sent to me when I first got affiliated with G Fuel. So Orange Vibe, first of all, is delicious. Second of all, I may have had the can of them. I don't remember. But they were on the website, and I asked my partner manager for them, and so they sent to me. But there's more. So, Orange Vibe, it's orange creamsicle. It's so good. There's more. Hold on. I didn't want to open these earlier, because I thought they'd take too much time and no one would care. But we're just chilling right now. We're just chilling. Ugh. And then Jasper, no, get down. What is this one? Oh, snow cone! I got a whole case of snow cone. Now this, I've never tried the cans. I've never had the cans of snow cone. I need to save up some G Fuel. If you ever need it, I will always let you guys know when there are good sales. Like right now, the Ghostface collection is $7 off all their stuff and additional 30% off with code Kitten. But I'll let you guys know whether on stream or in the Discord whenever there's some good sales, whether it's with my code or not. You love this song and this one? Thanks, Melodol. And her plant had grown to the season, so she chopped it and propagated it. Oh, wait. That is so dope of her to give them away instead of sell them. They look like they need some treaties. Wait, which one? The cat? I get some cats some treats. Let me get, I have one more box. One more. And this isn't even all of them. There's still more G Fuel being sent to me. I'm telling you guys, G Fuel spoils me. I will never be thirsty ever. Ever. Which is this one? Oh, hell yes! Pac-Man Power Palette, which is a cherry, just a cherry flavor. So, I'm pretty sure I've never had any of these cans before, but we have Power Pellet Cherry, Snow Cone, and Orange Vibe, which is orange creamsicle. And I gotta film another restock video for my mini fridge over there. Let me put these away. Okay. Look at all these boxes, Jasper. Look at all these boxes. What's up, trans girl? Trans girl, happy weekend. Oh, really? Goddess, do you know which ones you're looking at? Oh, really? Which cherry one did you try? Oh, you know, Rootsy, you said that you said that the sour cranberry grapefruit one sounds good, right? Did I see you say that? It's so funny because I don't like sour, I don't like cranberry, and I don't like grapefruit, but I remember the orange cranberry flavor tasting really good, and so I was like, okay, well, maybe, come here. Like, maybe 3 wrongs make a right, so it was free, like, whatever, like, I'll give it a shot. Really? Hey, Ruthie, I'll try it, and if I hate it, I'll add it to the millions of things I need to send you. What's up, mommies? What? What's up, mommy's queef? Welcome in. I love Dr. Pepper. Oh. I love Dr. Pepper, too. I truly do. I could do the cherry one. Oh, did you do the powder or the can? I've never tried the can of that one. I do like the powder of it. But cherry is notorious for tasting weird. I hope I like it, because there's 12 cans in that. Unlike the Ligonberry, the PewDiePie Ligonberry one, because I fucking hate that one. Okay, so I tried the Blackberry Dr. Pepper, but the thing is, I didn't have the sugar-free one of it, and I liked it, Leanne's Bones, the Blackberry Dr. Pepper. It was good. I love the color of the can because it's black and purple, and I'm obsessed with it. But I wish I had a sugar-free version, or that I had the sugar-free version, because it was It was I like the sugar-free. I also love Elvis, the new movie. Oh my god, my baby boy getting the world tour he wanted. Elvis, is that the host? That's that one kid. What's that guy's name? Wasn't he in Glee? The guy that played Elvis? Tastes like does it really? Shut up. I'll need to try. I'll need to see if I can grab some. But is it seasonal? Is it gone? No. Panda Monster, the zero sugar strawberries and cream. I haven't seen that in stores forever though. It's aggressively different. Weird. I don't know. I can't do regular sugared soda anymore. There's a brand new movie with the actual. Oh really? Like a documentary of like old clips of him or something. Oh, that's us looking at Pokemon. Oh, I probably won't be live for too much longer. I just wanted to be live long enough so that any of the homies that wanted to get the Pokemon badge for subbing or gifting a sub can get their badge. You guys don't have to. There's no obligation to, but it's here if you guys want it. It does end tomorrow night. She's the best streamer? Me? I want to like strawberries and cream so badly because it smells good, but you dislike it? Well, you know what? At least you think it smells good. That's interesting that you think it smells good, but you don't like the way I'm assuming it tastes. Oh, I hate root beer. I hate root beer. Oh, Rootsy, what are your opinions on root beer? Because, actually, I'll probably keep this one. Because I was going to be like, I'll have the Sarsaparilla one coming in from Fallout, but I'm not going to give that away because I want the tub. Oh, no, wait, do I have the tub? No, I don't have the tub. Nah, we'll see. You really? I love peaches. I have Lightning Kick. Oh, here. I have Lightning Kick, Sweet Melodies, Demon Ink, Ice Shatter, the Chucky and Tiffany one, Knife's Edge, Stab Summit for me, and the Dan to Dan one for my little bro. I love the Lightning Kick. That one is the Street Fighter one. That one is very good. Sweet Melodies. That one's really good. It's sweet. So if you love sweet, you'll like it. Demon Ink. Oh, that one's the Sour Plum. That one's really good. That was really good. One of Tom's favorite, too. Tom Faulty. Ice Shatter. I've had that one. It was okay. Like, it wasn't like, whoa, this is my favorite flavor ever. But it was good to the point where it's like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like, whoa, it's the best flavor ever. It just kind of like was a flavor. The Chucky and Tiffany one, I haven't had yet, but it is, I think it's being sent to me still. I think it's en route to me. Knife's Edge was amazing. It's citrus. Stab Stimulant. I haven't had the 2.0 version of Stab Stimulant. I think I have like 3 cases of it that are like completely sealed. Oh, here's one of them. Oh, wait. Yeah. Is this the new one? If it's white, yes. So this is the new one. I don't know where the tub is.
I can't believe my eyes. I must be dreaming. Wake up, Jack.
Whoa! Damn, Doka! Yo, thank you for continuing to get the sub you got from Kyle. Do you still get the Pokemon badge for that, by the way? I have not had the 2.0 version of this, but the regular version of that was really good. And then what's the other one you said? I haven't had the Dan to Dan one. What flavor was it again? I haven't tried it. I just got this one today. Blue Raspberry Dragon Fruit. This one's gonna be amazing. I already know this one's gonna be so fucking good. Oh, and here's the shaker too, if you want to see. I couldn't care less for it because I don't really like watch anime, but it is really dope looking. Like, I wish I knew more about this IP because this is a beautiful 10. Oh, are you talking about the blue raspberry dragon fruit? Yeah, it sounds so good. I just hate that I actually vape. Oh, you vape? How's the stream? The stream was amazing. The stream was amazing. We're just chilling right now. Just chilling. We'll probably end soon, though. I gotta stop raids for an hour, actually. Let me stop raids. Just in case. Yeah, I cannot wait to try this flavor. Maybe we can try this flavor on Monday before I do my Gunner segment. But seriously, damn Doka, thank you so much for continuing your gift to sub. You guys don't understand how much that helps and how much I appreciate that. I'm a big fan. Honestly, I like most brown sodas. Yeah, I'm not a root beer enjoyer. No, I wish I was. I wish I was, but I just don't. Oh, Max, no, do your thing. We're about to end stream soon. Yeah, I say like next I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes we'll end. Are weird? That's alright, Melodol. More Dr. Pepper for me. Thank you, Shinobi. I don't think it counted. Okay, well that's pretty homophobic if that didn't. Because it counts for subbing, but it doesn't count for resubbing, right? Because Jasper's playing with the brown paper that comes in the boxes. I know it doesn't count. No, you didn't have to do that. Oh, I feel so bad. Because I know it counts, or it doesn't count if like you're doing it like as a resub. If you already like do like a monthly resubscription every month, like a streak resub, it should have counted for that. And so I'm mad. Like I'm mad for you. But to be fair, I did do 2 subs earlier too because I gifted a sub before the Twitch could count that I was in my Pokemon category, so I didn't give 2 subs. So I was like, fuck. Oh, now Boo wants to play, or Jasper wants to play. Boo wants to play with Jasper. But damn Doka, thank you for gifting a sub to Weird Koshka. Weird Koshka, enjoy your 90 emails to add for view in your sub badge. And damn Doka, you better have gotten that badge. Yeah, it has to be a new one, yeah. But that was continuing a gifted sub, so I feel like that had to count, right? Who needs cat toys when you have brown paper and boxes? True Shinobi, the hottest, the tallest, the most handsomest person in this stream, and also, coincidentally, my favorite person in this entire stream right now. Loki, they're listening. They're listening. They know. Make my heart happy. I love watching the homies get love. I really do. Rootsy, I like to have at least like 1 box in the living room for them. At least 1 box. You're so cute. Are you so cute? Are you so cute? Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. You're so cute, my face. You're so cute. There's fucking fur everywhere. Oh my god. Boo be stealing every cat toy. Like, there's like these little like furry pom-poms that I have for the cats. And the cats will, I try to keep it upstairs where their rooms are because I don't want the dogs to choke on them because they're such tiny toys. But for sometimes the cats will they'll play with them and they'll come downstairs. And all of a sudden I see Boo carrying this little gumball sized ball in his mouth. And it's like, you're gonna fucking eat it. But yeah, it's so cute seeing him carry the tiny little thing. I'm not gonna lie. He's so cute. It's adorable. Yeah, he loves the cat toys. You're drunk? Hey, enjoy your evening. Make sure you hydrate, Shinobi. Make sure you get some water. Stop. That was so funny. The badge is so cute. It is probably up there for one of my favorite Twitch badges that they have come out with. For sure. I was looking at the Twitch badges earlier. I did forget to mention the Jeff one, because the Jeff one is so cute. Yeah, so I think my favorite ones, at least that I have, the Fallout thumbs up one. Love that one. The Sea of Thieves one with the frog lantern. I love that one. The Jeff one. I do like the Lambie, the Cult of Lamb one. That one's really cute. But I think up there is the Pikachu. It just looks so good. And I think, like, with it being bright yellow, and I'm on dark mode, so I see everything's, like, dark. And so I think it pops with the bright yellow. I also really like the umbrella one. I just love Resident Evil, man. I think those are my favorite. I think it'd be Pikachu badge. And I can't tell would be top 3, but top 3 is Fallout and Umbrella too. But I just don't know which one would be like above the other. Like which one's second and which one's third. Maybe Umbrella second and Fallout 1 third. Because I think the Umbrella one just looks better. But I love the Fallout thumbs up one. My office is gated off from the dog so she doesn't steal little man's cat toys, but he runs around with them in his mouth. There are seldom things cuter in the world than, one, a pet carrying something in their mouth. Like, some sort of, like, 4-legged animal carrying something in their mouth is, like, the cutest thing ever. 2, when an animal uses a pillow as a headrest. Like, or like, some sort of, like, plush, like, even, like a plushie as a headrest. Seeing an animal do that as a headrest. Or 3, oh, did you just lick my pants, you fucking weirdo? 3, I also love when, pets or animals nest. Like, when they're like, digging and trying to make, like, their beds and trying to make their sleep situations better. I don't know, when, and, like, when they snuggle up with me, because all my pets snuggles. I know not everyone's pets snuggle with them, but, I mean, I live alone with 5 animals, so of course they're gonna snuggle with me. Who else are gonna snuggle up with? And I love, Boo is probably the most cuddly out of all my animals. Or Midnight, my black cat. I'd say Boo and Midnight are the most cuddly out of all my pets. Because Midnight will try to, like, osmosis with me, where she'll, like, lay on my chest and, like, try to physically, like, meld into... Hello, dog. She'll, like, physically try to, like, meld into me. And then Boo, who is obviously very attached. Callie uses a pillow like a human. That's what Charlie does, which is funny because I think Callie and Charlie are very similar, and I think Boo and Phoenix are very similar. I just love animals, guys. I just want all the cats. I want every kind of cat. I just want to hold them all, but I can't hug every cat. All right. I think it's time. Last chance if anyone wants their the Pokemon badge, at least here. The last chance to get the Pokemon 30th anniversary badge is tomorrow. It ends, was it March 2nd at like 1 a.m. in the morning, so it ends tomorrow night essentially. But we're gonna find someone to raid. A huge shout out for everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate everyone for being here. Especially with Twitch, 1, not sending out going live notifications, and 2, for ending my stream an hour into stream, which is pretty annoying, but that's right. It is what it is. It is what it is. But you guys are so hot and tall and talented for hanging out with me. And thank you so much for all the subs with the French toast sticks. Considering I wasn't streaming for like 2 weeks this week, this is actually insane. I don't know what to say. You guys are the best / worst. I don't know what I want to do with you guys. I think on Monday, we're going to do the Gunner stream, and we'll probably do, hopefully, finish Resident Evil Requiem, and then I really want to play Outlast Trials again. So I want to put that on the schedule sometime. Thank you for the burp counter. Thanks, Fire King! No, you! I enjoy being the worst. I didn't do the words. No, that's bad as good. Under high and low. Let's raid this human. Down, down, down the road. We're gonna raid a homie. She is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome, and she is just such a sweetheart. We're gonna raid Ikumi! and I really hope I'm pronouncing her name right. I do this every time. She's currently playing a game called Heartopia. Never heard of it. But it looks adorable, and it looks like it's multiplayer, too. So if you guys are familiar, you guys should be able to play with her. But we're going to rate Aikumi. I want to say, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart, thank you guys so much for the follows, the wallows, the titties, the bitties, the lurkies, the turkeys, the subbies, the wubbies, the rates. Thank you for my mods, or anything you guys do in-stream and off-stream. Don't forget to use code KITTEN in the G Fuel store for 30% off, especially if you guys like the Ghostface shirt or the Ghostface hoodie. That's back in stock after not being in stock for years. And I'm pretty sure there's no way it's going to get restocked again. So make sure you guys get that. It's on sale right now, and you can use Kitten for an additional 30% off. So, but have the best night ever. I'll see you guys on Monday for some shenanigans. Thank you guys so much, truly, for hanging out. I've been having so much fun with Resident Evil Requiem. I can't wait to keep playing it. And we'll do more on Monday. Have the best night. I love you guys. Bye-bye. I love you, moist.